dalam diri kita semua. Bukan atas usaha sendiri saja, tapi sokongan dan harapan yang dikongsi bersama. Sebab nombor 1 lebih daripada jadi yang terbaik. Ianya memikul impian mereka. Inilah semangat nombor 1. Inilah prepaid nombor 1.
Welcome to the Project Next Patch Preview. We've got a lot of great content to show everyone, so let's get into it. New hero, Obsidia. The Sovereign of the Abyss has risen from the ruins of a forgotten age. As a gold lane marksman hero, her core gameplay revolves around building up bone shards to unleash devastating single-target burst. Her bone shards automatically hit enemies struck by her basic attacks, and she tethers herself to enemies hit by her ultimate. We can't wait to see your spectacular plays with Obsidia. Abyss heroes Alice, Dyroth, and Thamuz have all been revamped. We've updated the visual designs and backstories of these 3 heroes and completely redesigned Alice's skills. We buffed her early game while preserving her signature life drain mechanic. Our goal is to elevate the gameplay experiences for these heroes, and we're excited to see how they'll perform in the new patch. The annual map changes feature is also coming this patch. Each match will get a random new map mechanic. Each time the meta cube flips, the battlefield will be transformed, opening up new opportunities and challenges for even more strategy and tactics. The achievement system has been revamped. We've added all new season achievements. Based on your playstyle and match performance, you can unlock varying levels of prestigious flares to show the world your skills and abilities. Plus, the new Wall of Honor lets you showcase your achievements for all to see. Let's see who has the most elusive achievements. In this patch, we've refined the feel and responsiveness of the game's controls. Many of these improvements came directly from your feedback. Through these targeted optimizations, we hope to resolve many of your gameplay issues and deliver a more fluid and responsive combat experience. There are many more adjustments that you can read about in the upcoming patch notes. That wraps up our Project Next patch preview. Project Next launches on September 17th. We hope everyone will enjoy the new content. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Hello everyone, and welcome to a special preview of our annual map change. In this video, we'll explore more about this exciting new gameplay feature. Now, let's get started. When the annual map change launches, details of the feature can be found here. When a match starts, players will be notified of the battlefield mechanic that's in effect before hero selection. You can view info about the mechanic anytime during hero selection to plan out your strategy. Are you ready for the Broken Walls Challenge? The old walls across the battlefield have crumbled, revealing new paths and giving heroes without blink a chance to shine. We can't wait to see the optimal routes you'll come up with. Danger lurks in every corner when dangerous grass is in play. The battlefield has been overgrown with bushes, so proceed with caution. Will you be the hunter or the hunted? You'll need new strategies to survive this deadly jungle. Have you ever dreamed of soaring over the battle like a cloud? With Flying Cloud, rideable clouds will spawn on the battlefield. Just hop on and take to the air for swift lane rotations, or plunge down for deadly ambushes. Come, ride the wind and own the skies. The river will bring you to victory with Expanding River. River currents will expand into the jungle areas, and new currents will appear when the Lord spawns and when it's defeated. Travel with the current for a massive movement speed boost. Master the flow of the currents and drag your enemies into a whirlpool of defeat. We hope these new battlefield mechanics will break stale metas and deliver new experiences and challenges to everyone. See you all on the new battlefield.
simak. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Renung tak rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita, sehaluan jangan simpan-simpan. Kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga,
Jaga, kita jaga.
jaga,
Jaga, kita jaga.
jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga,
Jaga, kita jaga.
jaga,
Jaga, kita jaga.
jadi ayo.
Aku hembus, kata simak. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat
MPL Malaysia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Stream, game, vibe on social media, and more to your heart's content without missing even a single moment. Power up with lightning-fast 5G speeds. Stream all day long with Celcom DG prepaid 5G. Our official sponsors. Official gaming smartphone Infinix GT30 just launched. Comes with a free magnetic cooler, even more affordable than the GT30 Pro. The only phone in its class with GT trigger, 1.5K display, and 144Hz refresh rate. Supports steady performance with 120 FPS in MLBB. Available in 2 exclusive colors for the GT30, green and blue. Perfect meals for gamers, Grab. Grab food for one. When eating alone, enjoy meals from 10 ringgit with just 1 ringgit delivery fee and no minimum spend. And group order. Get 15% off when eating in a group. Bigger gang, bigger savings. Our esports partners, 100 Plus, Ferry, and Yamaha. And thank you to all our strategic partners, Sarah VE and Playas. Supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, ESI, MESF, and PSM.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-16 minggu kedua hari pertama. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. And of course, pada minggu lepas, kita sudah membagi ruang kepada pasukan-pasukan untuk sesuaikan diri selepas kembali ke MPL Malaysia. Tapi sebelum semua pasukan betul-betul sesuai dengan patch kita, kita pun ada saksikan update tahunan terbesar iaitu Project Next, the annual map change. Buat pertama kali di seluruh MPL, patch baharu ini akan dimain secara rasmi dalam MLBB hari ini. And of course, di dalam Land of Dawn kita boleh saksikan 4 map yang seperti Broken Walls, Dangerous Grass, Flying Cloud dan juga Expanding Rivers. Nah, perubahan meta ini membuka ruang kepada pelbagai strategi. Adakah kita boleh saksikan banyak lagi hero unik hari ini ataupun macam mana patch ni boleh actually bagi tactical pressure kepada pasukan-pasukan? And of course, mampukah pasukan boleh adapt dengan Project Next yang akan mengubah asas permainan? Rose pun dah pernah main beberapa map ini and I must say dia mesti akan ganggu permainan mereka. Tapi tanpa membuang masa, mari kita tengok jadual untuk perlawanan hari ini. Untuk match pertama, GMXK Kelantan menentang Team Vamos. Kedua-dua pasukan belum meraih mata pada aksi pembukaan. Matchup ini menjadi perlawanan untuk tes adaptasi terhadap meta baharu. Pasukan manakah yang lebih cepat sesuaikan diri dengan perubahan map dan aliran objektif? Adakah GMXK Kelantan mampu melakukan reset dan menuntut mata pertama mereka? Ataupun Team Vamos meneruskan momentum mask off? Untuk match terakhir hari ini, Untitled menentang Todak. Matchup antara pasukan berpengalamanan dan darah baru. Todak masih lagi mencari kemenangan pertama. Adakah proses reset ini menambah pressure ataupun menjadi membakar semangat untuk bangkit? Sementara itu, Untitled berpotensi tinggi sebagai perganggu hierarki. Untuk patch baru ini, adakah mereka akan memulakan semula rantak 2-1 seperti yang kita semua pernah lihat di musim lepas? Pada masa yang sama, pasukan wanita Malaysia juga turut beraksi di China ASEAN Esports Competition 2025. Mari kita sama-sama berikan sokongan untuk mereka. And of course, dan dengan itu, kita pun ada belanja kod kepada semua orang yang tengah nonton secara online. Dengan kod ini gaya kita, korang boleh redeem di dalam in-game anda by entering this code in your profile dalam MLBB untuk mendapatkan in-game rewards. And I'm sure ramai orang dah tak sabar untuk kickstart minggu kedua MPL ini. So tanpa membuang masa, mari let's show it to the casters.
Good afternoon, everybody. The MPL MY continues here today with week number 2, day number 1. My name is Ginning Q, and of course, it's Sadafa here at the desk. Shout out to every international viewer watching outside of Southeast Asia joining us here today for the English broadcast. Now, Sadafa, a lot of interesting things have been progressively happening throughout the MPL, but most importantly, the new patch has finally dropped. And this is going to be the very first look at it here on the professional scene.
I still can't believe that we've had something this massive, this groundbreaking, that'll change the entirety of how Mobile Legends is going to be played, happening just a few days before it is introduced to the pro scene. But hey, you always got to be ready to adapt to whatever is thrown at you as one of these professional players, and that is exactly what is going to happen here at the start of week number 2.
I think it's too much. I think it's too much of a change, introducing such new mechanics on top. I mean, the hero changes, I think, was to be expected to a certain degree. But those map changes really could give the tactical advantage to our teams here today. Speaking of GMXK, facing up against Vamos for the very first match here today in our first best of 3. After last week's performance, maybe this week, this new patch update could be the difference maker.
Hopefully it is, because I'm very excited to see how it will switch things up, but at the same time very nervous for these players because they really have not had much time at all to prepare for the annual map change as part of Project Next. We've got broken walls, we've got dangerous grass, flying clouds, and expanding rivers all coming to the Land of Dawn to completely change up the way that we approach MLBB.
2.1.18 has been a bit of a struggle, I'm not going to lie, for a lot of people to understand what exactly do you get from these advantages. The broken walls, the dangerous grass, the flying clouds, or even the expanding rivers, all introduced, influencing their game ever so subtly, but in terms of raw impact, I don't think anybody has a clear idea.
Yeah, as much as we would be really excited to see some really niche and interesting picks coming out here with the big changes coming to MLBB, it's really hard to say whether or not these teams have had enough time to actually prepare those niche strategies in the first place. Will they go back to what was working before? What feels safe? What feels practiced? Are they willing to experiment when they've had so little time to prepare? We might not actually see the full extent of what these maps will change until a couple weeks in.
But it's going to be their first try. So with that being said, take it with a pinch of salt as you watch the matches within the week. Now, that's not the only thing that has been updated. Our patch update also includes the new hero Obsidia. Of course, it won't be played within the first week of professional leagues across Southeast Asia and across the world. But it doesn't mean we can't get excited for it, because this chick is nasty.
Very scary in the right hands, but surprisingly not that overpowered compared to some of the newer heroes we've had recently. I do think she's actually quite balanced and does what she does well. Of course, we're going to find that out a little later on, because pro players always have a way of making heroes that look like they're not OP actually feel busted.
Hey, keep an eye out for any hot fixes in the near future if it ever gets to that point. Revamped heroes also include Alice this time round. They've changed her abilities a little bit more, having more of a strong engaged style while still maintaining her natural sustain, which is very much to Alice the vampire hero. But now the other adjustments that do sort of matter, may not matter, we're not 100% sure just yet. Angela changes. Pretty ridiculous with her heart guard now being on a super short cooldown. You don't get as much shields. Vamos, my personal favorite. Oh man, they gave him a lot of new stuff, including a GFX update.
And besides that, we've seen Bayon become a bit more of a beast in the earlier stages of the game, not to mention Sylvana finally getting that much requested CC immunity onto her skill too. But I think the biggest impact that we're going to see, even including the maps, is actually going to be on the roaming update, right? I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot more action from our roamer players.
Vision reveal gold is now coming into play as well. These changes are really important because now every single time a roamer feels like, oh, I'm not that impactful, I'm falling too far behind, this is a very easy way to actually stay relevant within the game and honestly encourages you to participate more in upcoming early fights, if not just to harass your opponent.
I gotta ask you, I gotta get your frank opinion on this. As someone who has played some games with this, I have been seeing multiple, in fact more often than not, roamers actually out-farming the other lanes due to this change. Do you think it might have been a bit too much?
Is it a bit too much? I think there needs to be some fine-tuning when it comes down to vision reveal gold. Because again, it only takes 5 seconds to repeat the process. So technically, if you calculate it based off minute, then you're only working with how many procs again? That would be 12 procs every single minute. That's not too bad, but keep in mind there is a cap amount of gold you can earn off of the different benefits that you get from the new roaming blessings. Now, that's all in mind. I think that it's a bit of a crutch. Yes, I do think that roamers are getting slightly a bit too much gold in the earlier stages of the game, but that's actually a good thing, right? Because they feel like, oh, I'm not relevant till I'm level 4. Now it's like, I still want to participate, but I'm going to keep my distance.
That is an interesting way of looking at it. The thing is, you don't really want your roamer to ever be taking a step back. Especially if you want to really maximize this change, you want to pick roamers that can be very aggressive early on, and you want to keep that momentum up.
It's two sides of the same coins, right? But let's look at our two teams who are going to be playing here in our first best of 3 to kick things off for week number 2. Last week, they ended up dropping the series, but this week, with the new change, they're looking to change it up with IMQT, Matdins, Maima, Jaja, and Munster.
This patch drop is definitely a two-pronged sword for the side of Games My Kelantan, because on one hand, rookies might be the most malleable to new changes. They could be the ones that adapt the quickest because they didn't quite stabilize into the usual MPL meta yet. But on the other hand, a very new lineup joining the MPL stage for the first time and suddenly being dropped with this massive change in front of them up against a team like Vamos is going to be a tall order.
We'll see how much these maps are actually going to matter, because realistically, I think the easiest one to play would be the Breaking Clouds, right? With those clouds, you'll be able to rejoin fights, especially when you're on the back foot against the hyper-aggressive lineup of Natko, Zorn, Clawkun, Chibi, alongside Gojes for Vamos.
Vamos have definitely had their mask-off moment here. I think it is safe to say at this stage that this team has fully embraced their role as the villains of MPL Malaysia, and they know their strengths. They like to play for early game aggression, early game snowball, which will definitely give them an advantage on maps like the expanding rivers. So we could see the map changes already playing a part here, but it all comes down to which of these two teams have better prepared for the patch update.
Based on what we saw last week, at least from Vamos' side, I think they would really want to have access to either the Broken Walls or at least the Expanding River, both of which are great. Chibi, personally, he's mentioned that he actually likes the grass. Just dangerous grass, right? Being able to play more assassins in that case, and more so, hey, if your roamer wants to get some free gold, maybe try and face check.
True, dangerous grass would actually be pretty dangerous in the hands of Vamos, since, as you mentioned, Chibi can play aggressive on assassins, and Zorn himself can start making things happen.
Not to mention, one of his few picks is the Natalia as well. But the question is, who's going to be able to adapt first? A race to adapt. Veterans or rookies? Who learns faster?
I think the scariest thing about this patch update is the fact that even if you've prepared a lot, you have no idea which of these 4 maps you're actually going to end up playing. You might end up playing all 4 in rotation. You might end up getting the same one over and over again. And if that just so happens to be the map that you least prepared for, then well, that is just the luck of the draw. It is completely RNG.
It's really, I feel like there's only 2 outcomes based on this annual map change. Either this map change really forces teams to think about the compositions for each of the individual maps, or nothing really changes. They will still play to their styles, and teams will have moments where they will probably drop the ball for very dangerous maps like the grass, like the clouds.
I think from my personal prediction, we'll probably see a little less overall impact in the very beginning stages. But over time, teams are going to start figuring out how to really min-max these map changes. Because actually on paper, the changes are not that big. It doesn't really affect your gameplay that much if both teams just decide, hey, we're just going to play the game the same way as always and just leave it at that, right? So it's going to be an interesting one.
It really is. And with that being said, though, it looks like we're getting the signal. Our players are starting to make their way up onto the stage in just a little bit. So it's time. Get your popcorn, get your family and friends, because we are about to start. Introducing our marshals that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. Thank you for your hard work. Turez, Tumei, Nuna, and Izad, your jobs are always in our hearts.
Games by Kelantan.
After suffering a devastating 2-0 defeat last week, they return today to face a newly awakened beast. Are they able to flip the script, or will they be stuck in a loop? Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for GMX Kelantan!
Vamos.
Collecting 1 point and 1 loss as of now. Which path will they be able to follow today? Can they keep up for relevancy, or will they fall to the rookie? Ladies and gentlemen, hala vamos!
And now we introduce the head of League Ops Franklin, along with the coaching staff of both teams, the masterminds behind every single game. For GMX, we have head coach Vivi as well as Backdoor. And for the side of Vamos, we have coach Pakbet with analyst Pak Atan.
Let's keep it going with fist bumps between the teams. A true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. Ini Gaya Kita. One last touch before they head into the land of dawn.
This is going to be the proving ground right here, ladies and gentlemen. The very first match of MPL Malaysia with the brand new annual map change, the brand new Project Next update that just dropped a few days ago. And these 10 players up on stage will be the ones to truly set the stage of what the future of MPL has in store.
First picks will be given over to Vamos as they win the coin toss. Being on blue side might be the advantage that they need for this new patch. Now, a lot of things have changed, and I think that in terms of the draft, from what we learned last week, EXP was a very big stakeholder. You show your EXP too early, you probably doomed your entire team composition. We've seen teams adapt, but now in this new patch, is that going to be the same? With introductions to new, if not changed, EXP heroes.
I would personally say it actually affects it even more, but we'll get back to that in just a little moment, because we got a quote from Jaja from GMX Kelantan, who said, "We played too cautiously because we were afraid of making mistakes in week 1, and it cost us. I'll work harder on improving myself, especially gameplay. For the new maps, I feel Flying Cloud gives us an advantage because of the mobility, but it's also risky for our team."
Good quote here. And I think Jaja understands that his team was being a little too indecisive, right? Not wanting to mistakes and not making plays in a meta that was demanded for them really hurts their odds overall. So yes, make the mistakes, be flashy, try to make the play on your side. If the idea is there, we'll catch it.
You gotta have a plan going into this. The one thing that they can play off of is that we're aware of what Team Vamos wants to do nowadays. This is a team that has fully embraced their aggro and wants to snowball the game as hard as possible. So because of that, following up on what you mentioned earlier with the draft, very important to make sure you are winning out your EXP lane. And with the new map changes as well, I think having a good roamer is also quite crucial.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that the only person who managed to get his hands on Rock was Yums last week. So I'm hoping more teams are going to pick this hero up because he's so good at what he does. But then the map RNG comes into play. And I think that's where it gets a little scary, right? I don't want to be picking Rock into trying to check every single bush in the game when it goes into the dangerous bush map.
Yeah. Dangerous grass is going to require multiple sources of bush checking and vision control, and you combine that with the other maps that may require heavier rotation, more lane priority, and you can see how this patch might actually lean in favor of a team with the experience of Vamos. But once again, cannot underestimate the flexibility of new players on this stage. I'm hoping that GMX Kelantan will have learned from their previous failures and bring us something exciting today.
I'm hoping that GMXK can take advantage of the inbuilt muscle memory and habits that we've seen veterans do, because they've been playing on the same map for the longest of time. Zorn has been playing since Season 1, and that map has not changed that much other than neutral objectives. But now, time for the annual map change, random map draw.
What's it gonna be? It is expanding rivers. And I am already a little bit concerned because I feel like this is one of the maps that suits Vamos' playstyle.
Absolutely. Last week we saw them heavily punish their opponents, being able to take a single fight, enduring the turtle pit, immediately converting it into a purple buff take. And I think that GMX must keep that in mind. They have to be decisive on their fights. They really need to show resistance against Vamos. If not, Vamos is going to disrespect them and walk all over them.
We talked about EXP lane earlier as well, right? I think out of all 4 maps, this is the one you have to win EXP no matter what. Because those early rotations, having more bodies in team fights, and the objective control priority you can get through the river currents is too important to give up.
I would say yes and no, because it also comes down to, as much as you want lane priority, because of the way that it's expanded, you're able to transverse the map in a safe manner, right? You can walk through your jungle and still have that movement speed to get across where you need to be. But at the same time, for EXP laners, 2 most important things: lane priority and how much tax to somebody's life can you put. Because even if you get lane prior but you're at 1 HP, you're not participating in any of those turtle fights.
That is true, that is true. So we're going to see how well these coaches have prepared as well. Looking at the ban so far, Team Vamos on blue side went for the Kalea Phobia Zeus Sin ban, while GMX got rid of Arlet, Wanwan, as well as Baxia.
Okay. Arlet kind of interesting here. Yishin Shin is still up for grabs for anybody. At this point, Vamos, do they want it? No, they're going to lock in the Fanny for Chibi. Rather strange, because I was expecting the Fanny ban to come into the second phase, or at least the first phase coming in from Pakbet's side.
I think this is a massive surprise, actually. Like, we cannot undersell the impact of this, because not only has Fanny been kind of ignored a lot under the recent meta and only left as like a very, very late niche pick under certain situations, Vamos has consistently banned Fanny on blue side for their recent history. Chibi choosing to go for this so early on speaks a level of confidence we've not seen in a while.
Oh yeah, I think it's what, a total of 2 full years in Chibi's career that Fanny gets banned on his side of the map. He's made it pretty consistent. So yes, let's see his performance here, whether or not his Fanny is not as washed up as we hope it isn't. But this time around, he's facing off against not only Hilda, but alongside the Kimmy. Now, playing the Kimmy into the Fanny is kind of curious. I'm hoping that GMX is ready for this, because Maima, one of the few players on the side of GMXK who actually has experience playing against Chibi.
Looks like we're going to see the Lunox as well. Vamo is already leading towards a very different drafting style than we're used to. Is this a secret strat? Who knows? We'll see for now. The Esmeralda also going to come out. A hero that got a very high pick priority in week 1 of MPL Malaysia. But is it risky to show this so early?
Yeah, especially since CC. Yes, CC has been adjusted a little bit, but I still think that her lane presence is very inevitable once she gets that War Axe. Prior to that, might be a bit slower. You're not going to be winning as hard as you would like to be, but hard enough for the right players.
We also do need to highlight the Hilda a little bit on GMX's side. This was a hero that we figured would be a big winner in this patch in general, as a potential aggressive roam that can open up map easily and get that roaming vision gold. The Ruby also going to make an appearance now as the 3rd pick for GMX.
Interesting options being laid out here. A potential flex pick in the Hilda alongside with the Ruby. I think the Ruby is necessary, but the real question is whether or not you want to go into double fighters at this point. You know the Fanny is going to show up. You might as well sacrifice a couple of lanes, and if so, having high sustainability to ensure that Fanny can't dive you under turret takes away a lot of her pressure as an assassin, especially with her style of kit.
Like the Cho going to be the first ban from GMX in the second phase here, already respecting Zorn's signature pick, and also a hero he would be able to open up map with very, very quickly. So GMX wants to remove more sources of potential frontline crowd control from Vamos.
Interesting. So that means it feels like they've kind of predetermined that Ruby is going to go into the EXP lane and maybe Hilda goes roam. I could be entirely wrong about this unless GMX have another priority pick.
Flex.
It is very flex, but at the same time, banning out the Cho, yes, Zorn, it is the Zorn signature, but you're also on red side, which I would imagine that they would have a priority pick in something that is somewhat important. I would hope so, because Cho is pretty good in locking down either the Lunox or even the Fanny at this point. I feel like it's kind of on them to pick it up rather than the other way around.
If they are looking at double fighter and the roam position is still open, maybe they're looking at something like a Grok instead.
Possibly. Would the Grok be relevant? I mean, yes, you can kind of punt the Fanny out with the steel cables. You can also probably keep, I don't want to say a good amount of distance, but at least start peeling away the Esmeralda in this case. Moskov ban coming up from the side of Vamos. Okay, completely fair.
Experience the euphemism.
Granger ban from GMXK side. Yeah, this really does
See value in me.
lean in, or it's starting to feel like they want to go for the double fighter. I'm not
so
seeing
too.
I'm not seeing a Yi Shin ban. I'm also seeing a Fredrin ban from the side, because Vamos, the fact that they got rid of the Jushin as well as the Fredrin, we already know that they're prepared to deal with potential tank junglers. I just don't think it's necessary this time for GMXK.
This Hilda and Ruby can both still be flexed into Roam EXP. Ruby could be gold, and we are leaning into that since Granger is a very specific ban for your final choice on the red side. If they want to keep this as flexible as possible until the end, this is where we would want to see the jungler pop up. Either you go into Yi Sun-shin for maximum scaling, or you grab a tank, and it looks like it is the former.
Yeah, so there's still the possibility, double fighter, unless this Kimmy is like, we're hoping to see Harith on the other side and then maybe try to cheese the Harith out at level 1 with Kimmy. That's also a possibility. I don't know, because GMXK, there's not a lot of history other than their MAL performances. Now that they've been upgraded, pushed up into the tier 1s, so far, their runs are a little unpredictable. Vamos now locking in the Akai. Very nice options coming in from Vamos. Bruno as well.
This is going to be a Kai Roam as well as Bruno Gold, since they are thinking it is likely going to be a Ruby Gold lane. They need an early game marksman that is able to lane somewhat well against her. Having a Kai around means that Ruby is going to have a lot more of a difficult time as well, since that is basically where all of GMX's crowd control comes from.
Not to mention that even if a 4 to 5 man I'm offended pull happens, at least Akai is able to kind of bail them out of that situation with a heavy spin. I think right now, GMXK need to figure out a way to peel, right? They see the disengage mechanic, they see the really strong frontline tanks. They need something with pressure to make sure that Yi Shin can get where he needs to be by the late game.
Let's see what it's going to be. It's the Rizla in the EXP lane. So this is going to be a Hilda Roam to take advantage of that extra vision gold. And it's going to be generally a bit more of a sandbag EXP lane matchup.
The Terizla is going to be interesting. We'll see, because that means they have some mid-game power alongside with the Ruby. So first couple of turtle fights are going to be back and forth here. I would imagine that if Vamos don't have good positioning on it, they're going to completely give it up. But for the most part, it's all up to that Fanny. Whether or not that Fanny is actually able to get some form of value. Did they not change at the last second there? Was Zorn still on that Fanny? We're going to go into the Land of Dawn and confirm it in just a little bit. Who is playing what? Yeah, that is Zorn on the Fanny, while Chibi is going to be playing in the jungle.
It's Zorn's Assassin Fanny Roam. This has been a very long time. We were wondering if something was up. Chibi has not confidently played this hero in so long. But with new changes comes new surprises, and Vamos are the first ones to bring something new to the plate. Ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into the Land of Dawn with the expanding rivers, bringing about a tide of change to MPL Malaysia.
Yeah, let's see how this change is going to affect, because instantly we see Zorn by Jaja's side on purple. He's got the steel cables active. He's going to try and go for the steal. I mean, he can What did he take? Okay.
Petrify Fanny.
It's Petrify Fanny, and he hits level 2 on time. Interesting. How?
You do get gold and EXP from opening vision.
Did he see Maima walk up? Is that why he should have been like one? He should have been level 1 at least 90% of his EXP. Or maybe I calculated that wrong.
It's hard to say.
Yo, we need to see a replay of that. Did he spot 2 people or no? Did it only require just 1? I thought it would have triggered off 1, but okay.
Is
new
Maima at
things?
the same level? He is.
Yeah,
So
he is.
It's not like Zorn also got EXP from the buff or anything like that. I guess that's just how it works now.
Yep, and there we go. Maima lost 50% of his HP, and Zorn back on the recall because he doesn't have access to purple buff, and he's going to rinse and repeat. He's going to keep chunking Maima and Matins out.
I think, ladies and gentlemen, y'all really need to stay in your seats for this one, because the new patch is already starting off with some very interesting things. The very first expanded river current going to appear as the turtle is starting to get set up right here. So far, nothing too aggressive just yet. Just as I say that, Martin's trying to go in on the mid lane. Zorn doing some good damage, but it's not quite enough yet.
Yeah, they back away. They know that GB still has the heavy spin, but there's no way to force it out for sure without at least a bit of commitment. Monsters is nearby, does have that penalty zone to start the initiation, and that might almost guarantee GB to forcefully use the heavy spin. Unless Monsters, he's gonna try. Here we go.
Here comes Zorn as well. Heavy spin comes out. GB secures Turtle, pins Munster into the Turtle's pit. Mountain Shocker not gonna be able to do much. Jaja picks up 1 kill, but loses his own life in exchange. And they also find the Terizla, 1 for 2, and Vamos gets the Turtle.
I'm surprised they even bothered to contest it. Keep in mind that Jaja is not very strong in the early levels of the game. Not to mention that MQT not able to participate in that fight as well. They needed all 4 of their members to make this work out. But Vamos, they're going to keep on pushing the tempo. Keep taking the trade. Zorn's already on towards that orange buff side. Does he get a solo kill here? No way he wouldn't, right? He would. Okay, he missed the initial one. Not a big deal. Forces out the Traceless as well. And instantly instigates the mid lane to move.
Yeah, the arrow from Jaja was lucky there. Actually, he managed to scout out Zorn at the tip. So because of that, he wasn't able to go for the aggressive play. So far, we haven't really seen this Petrify being used to its full effect either. And 3 minutes in, net worth difference still pretty minimal.
He has much of an advantage so far. I mean, Zorn's annoying, and I think Kalka, and this is why they put him on that Lunox to be a little self-sustaining in the lane, right? Can't lose that hard, and neither can he win too hard, especially in a 2v1 scenario.
Zorn gonna run into Martins in the tri-brush here. We can see in terms of the EXP difference, it's a lot easier for Martins to open map on this Hilda. So definitely having the EXP lead right now over his opposing roamer.
Shout out to the observers here, allowing us to have a look at how much gold both supports actually have. It's 718 to 416. So far, just a lot more gold being earned by Matdins just by existing and spotting out his opponents. A tech pause has been called though, not entirely sure which side called for it. It looks like it is the GMXK side. We'll get those issues settled before we jump back in.
Hopefully it's not too big a deal, but here we can already see the huge difference that comes from getting vision for your team. As you mentioned, Gideon, having that Hilda to just open up the map by simply standing there is a lot safer and a lot easier than Zorn has to achieve with that Fanny. So being able to get that gold a lot more quickly. I do actually want to look at the scoreboard just to see whether or not they've already outfarmed their other laners, because that has been happening a lot.
It has been happening a lot, but considering that Zorn hasn't really shown up in lane other than to harass and then goes to the opposite side to check buffs, I don't think he's getting the individual EXP in as well as the gold as often compared to Matdins, who's been hovering around that mid lane pretty consistently overall.
Yeah, we have to remember, it's not just vision gold you get from the roam revamp, it's also the fact that you will get extra gold and EXP as long as you're nearby when minions are taken by your teammates as well. So Martin's also able to do that a lot more easily since Zorn is operating mostly independently.
Keep in mind that this change also it doesn't take away from your initial laners. Your mid lane will not get taxed because of it. They will still receive full gold and EXP. This is a little bit of a tip for you for existing.
And it also creates interesting strategies, right? Because you do get a percentage of whatever gold your team did get from the minions. So you might want to go to gold or EXP just to get a little bit more of that. But looks like we are getting the signal to jump right back into the Land of Dawn.
All right, let's see the game state currently, because MQT is not getting much pressure against Natco, but that's to be expected, right? Oh, now by bot side though.
They're in trouble, 1v2, Terizla's tanky, but is he tanky enough? Gets the penalty zone in, the Brilliance keeps Claw Kun topped up. They will pick up the kill. Martin's now coming in for the fight. Forces the flicker out from Clarkhood. Pops the ultimate right into the Mountain Shocker. Jaja comes in to get the kill. Gojas looking for a little bit of revenge. Martin's very low, but is able to dash away. And that means GMX gets a great trade down here.
It looks like there is investment on the Frost Shield. Looks like Gojas is spreading out his build a little bit more because that shield was a little thicker than it probably should be at level 7. At this point, topside GV trying to steal away the buff. Oh, is he going to get punished here?
He gets stunned. Can dash away. Looks like GMX doesn't want to force the chase here.
They don't go for it and they back away once more. QT finishing first item priority into that War Axe. The second turtle is now contestable. Oh, they give up the purple buff to Zorn. Conceal comes through.
Zorn gonna scout out 3 people in the tri-brush. The flicker penalty zone maybe a bit too far from Munster. His team's not ready to follow up. Nako flickers away. All 5 members of GMX in the top lane. They get the top tier 1, but the heavy spin gonna pin Martins against the wall. Clarkhood with the Darkling 1 hit away from getting the last hit, but they're not able to finish it. Mountain Shocker misses entirely as well, and both teams will walk away.
How do we miss the Mountain Shocker on a stun target? How do we miss these? We can't be missing these. Mid lane about to get cracked wide open as GMXK. They thought they made the play on the opposite side, but losing a mid structure is devastating.
Zorn with the Petrify, looking for Jaja, 1 hit away. But that is definitely some damage done.
Zorn, he's been known to have the mechanics, and on stream you do get to see him play Fanny once in a while, ever so often some may say. Being whipped out on a professional scene in this particular manner, oh man, it's like Yums all over again, right? The one time he plays Fanny support when he was under Todak, man, the last we'll ever see of it.
Good time, good time. Or nearly got stunned inside the tri-bush, is able to fly away for now. Looking at the goal lead, still actually pretty small. Going into the 6.5 minute mark, only about 700 in favor of Vamos, which means it's still anyone's game at this point. Looking for MQT, heavy spin comes in, it's a 3-man gank, and that's a kill for Clarkhood.
Yep, and that's going to be top tier 1 collapsing under the pressure. But now they've instigated another fight by the Riverside. Gojas can tank for a while, but that's a lot of spells being thrown at him, including Martin's attack. Oh, hold on. River's gonna pop. Are we gonna see a rotation here almost straight away from Zorn, or is he just gonna keep proxying the wave?
Well, he's already finished proxying, so he can definitely rotate over if necessary. GMX are on the turtle. They're trying to blitz it as fast as possible. Martins and Munster providing vision. Gojas walking up. GB very close. Steals it with the retry. Penalty zone comes out, but Munster is way too low. They're chasing him down. 1 hit away. Drags and Pulse comes out. Nako gets the last hit, but the I'm offended. It's a flicker. Finds 2. That's gonna be 2 members down. Gojas and Nako picked off by GMXK. They come out on top.
They didn't realize that Nako got the worldie off in time, and Martins died unnecessarily. Sorry, survived, but even so, chunking out QT like that, and even Munsters, he's taking way too much damage at this point. We do see that Jaja is coming into his own though. Second item complete, endless battle, not even the War Axe. He wants to go for the initial burst because he wants to work alongside the item power spikes of QT. So far, he's almost gotten his own Hunter Strike, and even for Munster, he needs to make sure once he hits 2 items, he is going to be a beast. But for now, wants to go for early game damage with the Fury Hammer, goes straight into the Athena Shield to protect himself against Clawhood.
I think that is definitely a respectable build. Munster knows that his team does want some scaling before they can really start coming online. So he's willing to take that sacrifice a little bit on his overall HP. Next Lord going to be quite a while away. So just gonna get caught in the Mountain Shocker, but this is why Esme is so prioritized these days, so hard to kill.
Yep. It looks like Zorn has already finished a Malefic Roar as he continues to split push on the opposite side of the map. That means they're playing a 4-in-1 strategy where Natco is going to be the main anchor of Vamos while everybody else has to play around him. Checking out sight lines for him, spotting out QT and his 2 escorts to the bot side of the map.
It's Vamos slowly now taking control of more of the map. Zorn still continuing his split pushing. A bit difficult to stop this without MQT around, and this is the danger of only having one source of reliable crowd control against the Fanny.
Now we see that Vamos wants to continue the siege. Natco gonna get free hits on that tier 2 as Munsters as well. Unfortunately for QT, just cannot find the angle on key targets.
Distraction Pole comes in, pulls in Chibi. I'm offended on Gorgeous as well, but this Esmeralda's so hard to kill, and they're still forcing the fight. Mountain Shocker catches Nako. Could be a bit far forward. Brilliance also used. GMX able to force out important resources, and now Martins goes in, flickers on top of Clarkhood, not able to get the ultimate in time. He goes down. Heavy spin used to disengage. Vamos comes out with no casualties.
And that's exactly what we want to see, right? It's a push and pull until somebody overextends, and in this case, it's going to be Matdin's side. GB played it very nicely as the Tier 2 wave crashes. That Tier 2 tower setup gone.
Macro play from Zorn starting to become very annoying. You thought this Fanny was trying to snowball off kills? No, the macro game is where it's at, says Zorn. His years of experience coming into play in a brand new map. Lord now going to be danced around by both teams.
Nobody wants to sit on it just yet, especially with the threat of Zorn looming around. It's forcing GMXK to stick closer together than ever, while even setting Matdins to deal with the top side wave. This is perfect though, because once again, Zorn ran out of his purple buff, came back to pick up his team's own one, and you can see that the EXP isn't really hurting Chibi that much.
It's a very interesting balance, because now that roams can get gold more easily, it's actually worth giving them some of the buff resources since they actually have the items to do damage. And Vamos already figuring out how to game the new roam.
Somebody needs to respond to Zorn here, and as soon as somebody does, we do notice that Vamos instantly takes control over the Lord, starts the initial pull, and Gorgeous is untouchable right now. The only person who can realistically kill him is probably Jaja and Maima, but they need both of them together if they want to take down one guy.
And that's not even counting the Akai that would be breathing down their necks. Vamos finally building up a 2,000 gold lead as we enter the 11-minute mark. The Lord going to be aggroed over to their side, but GMX just cannot commit. Zorn is too difficult to handle.
See how difficult they're going to be. Jaja is the only hope for them to actually start scaling. He's already level 14, 11 minutes and 33 seconds into the game. As he buys a BOD as well. Third item's already complete. Now, let's have a look at the item list one last time. High damage items coming in from Jaja, but he needs that space, something which Vamos has denied him consistently.
Zorn is the richest person on his team, by the way. That's the kind of situation we're looking at these days with the roam revamp. And even though Martins was out farming him initially, has not been able to make as much of an impact now, falling quite behind in gold. The Lord still being slowly aggroed by both sides. Vamos is just buying time at this point.
Yep, they're buying as much time as they possibly can. I think they're waiting for Natko to hit his third item before they actually look to fight this. They know that Jaja is in a really powerful position, and because of the buffs that Chibi has been giving over and holding this Lord, allows Jaja to stay ahead.
The Lord is finally dropping low. Chibi secures it. Munster misses the penalty zone entirely. Has to flicker away from the heavy spin. I'm offended! MQT with a massive catch! Zorn comes in a bit late, does manage to pick off Munster, but that was definitely not worth it for Vamos.
Not worth it at all, but it does give GMXK some hope. They're going to take a bottom tier 1 for all of
that. Places himself in between. Not going to decide to push the issue though. The Lord is... places himself in between. Not going to decide to push the issue though. The Lord is breathing down their necks.
Like, oh, that's Retri already. Slow one target down. Munster gets put down to 1. And at this point, controlling the mid game has gone well for Vamos, right? All outer turrets have collapsed. No super big conversions just yet. GMXK has been playing very defensively with a few deaths on their side due to overextensions. We look at the gold, 959 off of the boots alone.
We have to know that's actually only half the gold cap you're actually allowed to get from these items in total. So that's actually quite insane.
Wow!
In comparison, Martins has gotten nearly all of it at 1.6k gold from Vision, but he's still so behind in farm compared to Zorn, who has been given basically a free lane the entire time.
A free lane as well as free purple buffs from a jungler who doesn't really need them. That's kind of wild, but Zorn, he's already baited out the Mountain Shocker early on, as well as the Turtle Boat. They're not going to have access to it for the next couple, well, at least for the next minute. Vamos have a window here to punish, but I don't think Martins is going to allow him. He's died one time this game, and he wants to maintain it at just 1.
He does have the immortality, so he's going to be able to play a lot more aggressively than before. Natko gonna be hitting level 15 as well. The scaling for Vamos also starting to kick in. In a direct team fight situation, GMX does probably have the advantage, but Vamos is playing the map.
To continue to rotate around. Oh, Winter Crown by Munster. He really is just an engage tool at this point, right? He's not even thinking about his own survivability. He's thinking about getting in, being tank enough, hoping the Athena shield is going to keep him protected from people who have crits already inbuilt at this point. Something to think about. Something to think about for Munster.
And now that we've reached this point in the game, Munster's goal is basically just to eat as much damage as possible, get a good penalty zone, and then buy time. And he's been doing an okay job of that, but there have definitely been situations where he may have overextended and not allowed his team to really connect as well as he could have.
Yeah, could be slightly better, but GMXK.
Ooh, the flicker. Oh, beautiful dash from Natko. Dodges it entirely. Here comes the rest of GMX. Zorn coming in to do the shred damage, but it's not quite enough. Mountain Jocker going to hit Clock Hood. GMX in full disengage mode. Munster holding the front, but Impunity unfortunately left on the flank. Natko doing the damage. The Bruno starting to hit hard. Winter Crown comes out. Definitely not the way Munster wanted to use it. That's a double kill for Natko. As Vamos are running down their opponent's coaches. Still difficult to remove, but finally falls to Martins.
He may be a thick boy, but unfortunately, even the thickest will have to fall. The Lord is about to spawn in just a little bit, and now you see that Vamos, they want to close out this game while this Luminous Lord is still available. GB hiding in the shadows, right? Doesn't want to reveal, finds an angle.
From flank, two-man heavy speed pin, GB! The jungler of Vamos showing that he is not washed up at all. Vamos secures the fight. Jaja, the only one left. There is no way to contest this Lord anymore.
Yep, nothing that Jaja can really do. Just take that orange and walk away. Man, I was expecting so much more for GMXK, especially within the first 4 to 6 minutes where you do actually have relevant damage and a pressure from Ruby, and as well as that to Rizla. But right now, both side laners doing an abysmal job, getting picked off one after the other.
Unfortunately, we can really see the lack of experience showing here on GMX. They definitely have the tools. They may not know the right way to use them. Chibi literally just dashes into the base right here. The zone takes a good amount of damage. I'm Offender pulls him in. Heavy spin going to be used, but Chibi actually does end up falling. It is in exchange for the inhib though, and Zorn still doing damage down here.
Yeah, he's been able to split push basically for free. No one's necessarily stopping him, and I think that ImQT would like to catch him, but half the time Zorn is playing around those parameters. With the Lord already pushing, they've got their mid wave. No, actually the waves are not synced at all. It looks like it is a cascading style of minions pushing.
Yeah, that's definitely not ideal, though I think it's because Vamos was really trying to push for that bottom inhibitor as well. Looks like they might even be able to get it since GMX has sent literally everyone to deal with the Lord. Luckily for them, no minions, so Vamos don't get a cheeky free tower there.
For this, still tanky as ever. You can see the relevant damage coming around from Jaja. That one Traceless already taking at least 1/8 of his health. ImQT, I'm still waiting for the big I'm offended at this point. I think that's one of the few ways they could look for a win.
Got a big one in that first Lord fight, but ever since then, Vamos have been specifically avoiding funneling up since they are well aware that is basically GMX's only tool.
I mean, that and Rizla, but so far, one's doing significantly better than the other.
Already, we see the recall spams, as expected of the villains. So just will walk into the bush. Zorn also gonna start scouting out. They do see all members of GMX here. They want this purple.
And now they continue to try and contest for that purple as Chibi gets chunked out. They should be able to walk away from this. I still see,
I'm
hold on.
Onto Gorgeous. Doesn't really do anything.
Negative damage. He's stronger than ever before. He actually looks like he has more health now, to be fair.
He didn't even need to use his Purify. Here comes Zorn, nearly burst Maima in an instant. Will have to fly out, but they're able to get that inhibitor. MQT also going to be pinned with the heavy spin. Nako gets the kill. Mountain Jocker doing some good damage. Nako flickers away, but Martins is the only one chasing him. And Clockun's also delaying the pursuit. That's another member of GMX down in an instant. It is now 5v3. Vamos looking for the end game on the base. Zorn flying around, flexing on his opponents. They know this is it as long as they do this right. Blockun with brilliance jumps in, does big bursts of damage. Jaja loses the immortality. Zorn as well, but he's under the tower. Nako going for the crystal. Munster will come back from his immortality. Will fall in quick succession, but they do find Nako. Will that be worth it? It's a trade on shutdown. Vamos is still in the base. They want the crystal. They don't have a lot of minions left. GMX actually doing a great job of holding Maima. Last one left though, and that is going to be it. A double kill for Clockun. Closes out game 1 for Vamos.
Statement set, draft great. Vamos stand up on top, 1-0 so far. Well, let's see whether they can finish it off strong, because GMXK, this is the type of resistance that I was hoping for. Now they got to work on their timings for the early to mid-game stages, because right now, I think that GMXK, their laning phase doesn't look that great. They should have participated in a lot more fights for the first 3 minutes at least.
I think once again, GMX were a little too safe, a little bit too scared, because they weren't quite prepared for what Vamos was about to throw at them. There were some good plays in there, but not enough aggressive initiation to get control of the map.
I think it's about timing, right? We've seen Munster land some good penalty zones, but we didn't see him land a good penalty zone while his team was directly behind. I would have imagined that they would have gotten a couple more of I'm offended plus X to make the combo strong, but just doesn't seem to be the case, especially with the Esmeralda.
And Esmeralda was difficult to deal with. The Akai with the heavy spin causing havoc in team fights as well. And Zorn definitely the highlight of this game. That Fanny surprised us in the draft, and it surprised us even more in the game.
Yeah, it did cost Chibi to be 3 levels down onto Jaja on that very last neutral objective. Even so, came up very heavy with the way that he played. Again, I think Akai, very good pick here. Nice way to kind of zone out your opponents while making just enough distance to keep your opponent out of retry range, but you still within retry range.
They definitely went into this draft with intention. They already told Chibi before the game even started, you are a utility bot this game. Zorn is the real carry, and Chibi's okay with that.
Poor guy. Poor guy. But even so, Zorn did do very well. Information gather was there. The big chunk outs were there. The early recalls from Maima specifically was thanks to Zorn. So one thing cascades into the next.
Unfortunately, the scaling for GMXK, even though it did come to play later in, couldn't really find the angles necessary. They were oftentimes a little bit too split up. I think Martins was a bit too committed to try and get a pick off on Natko. And Munster often couldn't really find the setups he wanted.
They gotta be careful, and it's a learning process, and it's a painful lesson to learn over the span of 6 weeks. With that being said, let's go backstage, look at our MVP of the game. Give it up for Gojes on that Esmeralda. Wins lanes, and you can feel his impact on the map.
I really wanted to give it to Zorn just because of how unique this style is after so long, but Gojes was definitely the guy making the game difficult for GMX Kelantan. While he has no kills, just the sheer presence alone made the game so hard for them.
Extremely hard. 2,972 DPM damage per minute. Wow. Not bad considering that it is Esmeralda. His final build, knowing that he was so far ahead, was the Brute Force Breastplate. I don't know why the words don't be working as well as
it needed you to
be.
brute force it.
It really needed me to go and say it 3 times before I actually got it. Now is the real one. But even so, Gojes in a very good position.
In a really, really good position indeed. Esmeralda starting to really pop off under the current meta. Even though it was picked early in the draft, GMX definitely had the opportunity to pick something that was a more direct counter like the CC, but they knew they needed team fight when they already committed to the double fighter side lanes, and I think that might have cost them.
It costed them a lot, but not as badly, because the majority of these skills only happened in the second, the final act of the game, right? It was 7-6 for quite a while before we got that Lord pushing in, and finally, that's where we saw Vamos really extending their lead. It was a 20-minute match by the end of it. GMXK have only had, based on last week's performances, less than 16 minutes per game on average.
Yeah, so they definitely did put up a good fight, to make it so that Vamos had to drag the game out so long. That last base defense actually was a lot closer than I expected it to be as well. But experience still does trump out here, and we again see that Zorn was the richest player in the entire game, also doing a very solid amount of damage.
A very good amount of damage. Comparable damage to almost the Esmeralda. Comparable damage. I would have liked to see another assassin for the side of GMXK to see how that matchup plays. But even so, I think that Jaja hitting his level 15 was extremely important. I just don't see how they get in on these fights. I think that Vamos' draft can 100% be punished. That Lunox pick was almost illegal.
They wanted to play it safe in the mid lane once they saw the Kimi, and it definitely worked out. But I do think that because GMXK wanted to go for a team fight, double fighter side lane style, they kind of sacrificed lane priority in exchange. Because picking Ruby early allowed Vamos to go for the Bruno and not have their gold lane be affected as much.
Speaking of which, we look at our Hall of Famers now. Rich Guy going over to Zorn. The Carry going over to Jaja. Munster as the sandbag and best wingman going over to Chibi, which is kind of strange to see the role. If you close your eyes and don't hide the roles, you probably wouldn't be able to tell who was the jungler and who was the roamer.
It's a really funny sight because it's exactly as you say. The roamer is the richest person, and then the jungler is the best wingman. But this is exactly what Vamos was planning when they came into this game. This is what they wanted to achieve when they first picked that Fanny. We just weren't ready for it.
Let's have a look at the goal distribution here, right? 710 coming in from jungle creeps, so that's probably the buffs, and maybe even Litho Wanderers and enemy camps. 634 from Turtles and as well as Lords. But here's the major one, right? In terms of minions, I don't know whether that's a necessarily accurate means of minions. Yes, he was split pushing in the side lane, but 5,500, I wonder how much of that, because when we look at the passive gold, that's where we see the extra 5,000 on top of it.
Yeah, so just to let you guys know, the vision gold that you get from the new roaming equipment is counted within the passive gold. So it's counted as part of that 5.4k. And he actually made more money from that from farming minions. That's just how much space he was creating by split pushing the map. A lot of the fights that looked close were actually being taken 4v5 by Vamos.
They got minimal resistance off of it. And even then, we don't see a cross-map play on the opposite side, something which Vamos will continue to punish opponents until they decide to make smarter choices. But it's hard, right? Because again, every first draft we've had since week number 1 is highly prepared against their opponent, or they have a standardized idea of what they want to play. In this case, GMX already knew that they wanted a double fighter setup, and I think this is a great punish from Vamos.
Vamos played very solid early pickoffs. They made use of this heavy spin to try and get as much control over the side lanes as possible to really maximize the movement speed from the expanding rivers. However, during objective fights, GMX actually put up a very solid showing as well, especially from multiple I'm offended catches by MQT. That's the only reason they actually were in the game at all.
They tried to hold out, but this play in particular, again, great reaction time coming in from Natco, but I'm surprised that GMXK wanted to force it this hard, right? There should have been some guarantee of, hey, let's send one person to walk out first. If everybody else decides to commit on towards monsters, that's when we go for the conceal and make the initiation happen. They need that hit confirmed to make it work.
I think it was definitely desperation though, because they knew if they sent someone out in front, there's a very good chance that Madins or Munster is too far forward for them to actually follow up on. So they wanted to commit everyone at once to maybe get rid of someone ASAP, but it wasn't good enough. And then Chibi started really hitting his stride, finding multi-person heavy spin pins, and the game was just over from there.
As over as this game is, we have to think about game number 2. What adjustments can GMXK go? I think they want... Oh, how bad was that? How badly do they want to deal with this Fanny? I think that's the scary part. I want to say first pick, but then it becomes more incentive for the family to come out again. So then do you take second pick so you don't have to worry about it? And then you can get the free ban onto Fanny, which I would assume would have happened anyways?
I think it's tricky because no matter which side of the draft you're on, it's very unlikely for me that GMX would want to pick Fanny before Vamos.
I don't know.
I think they just have to ban it.
That's the thing. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think that GMXK can benefit in this new patch? from either A, the new rotating maps, B, the new roamer system, or C, new jungle optimization.
Which one of these would GMXK be able to benefit from the most? Once again, scan the QR code at the bottom of the screen. Let us know what you guys think, and we'll be able to see the results once the match is over. But what do you think, Gideon?
Ooh, this one's really tough. I want to say the roaming maps, and maybe, but the problem is that the expanding river is not the best like indicator, right? We need something a little bit more on the far right before we can make that choice. For now, I will say the new roamer system is pretty decent, and I think that's the most beneficial thing for GMXK. And Martins was actually making a good amount of money with or without the minions. Well, I mean, obviously with the boots, but like not split pushing in the side lane like Zorn.
I agree with you. From my personal opinion, I do think that the roamer system probably benefits them the most, but they unfortunately weren't able to maximize it enough. So now that we're 2 minutes away from entering the next game, now we're going to be curious to see what map we get next.
And how that's going to play out, right? Because are we allowed to play duplicate maps if the RNG lands once again?
We are.
Onto the expanding river. I mean, ooh. All right, let's have a look at our stage. We've got a pretty decent audience showing up for both GMXK and alongside the homeboys. A better turnout compared to last week. Shout out to you GMXK fans out there, because they're going to be taking first pick this time around.
Having to ban Fanny on blue side always feels a bit rough, but I don't really think anyone other than Vamos is going to be first picking it, so it's difficult. It's a tricky choice to make, and you have to consider all the map changes as well. One thing is for sure, GMX needs to lock in a little bit more. It's not just the draft, it is their gameplay that's a bit lacking.
I mean, they are inexperienced, but we need to see them look at the map a little differently, right? Maybe that's just me. We'll come to it back in a little bit, because we had a conversation with a leakster that Arrow 404 is not playing today because next week he has an exam, so needs to focus on that first. But he might play this Sunday.
Well, we expressed a little bit of doubt about that. It's a bit hard to trust the information that we're being told, especially from the villains themselves, right? There's no incentive for them to be truthful to us.
I don't know. It's coming from a leaker, so you take it with a grain of salt. Take it with a pinch of salt.
Also, why is the leaker's profile picture an onion and not a leak?
That's a good question. That's a good question. I don't know. Maybe because our leaks cause people to cry, I guess? That's like the closest annotation I can get to.
I'm gonna leak everything so I make people cry.
No,
that's the motivation.
Don't leak it all. I think in this particular case, right, I feel that like GMXK, the one thing that I've seen is the fact that like they just take every fight. They don't just say, no, we're not going to fight. We literally take every single one of them, with or without the hit confirms, with or without a good angle.
That is the unfortunate thing, isn't it? Well, let's see if the map might favor that this time. Annual map change, rotation, what's it gonna be? Ladies and gentlemen, it is the Flying Cloud for game number 2. Okay, I'm actually kind of excited about this one.
I mean, let's see, because I think this is most beneficial for GMXK. With the way and the game state of match number 1, I think that GMXK really need a way to be able to find back angles, to find these secure engages onto Vamos, and if they push past anywhere into the tier 2 zone, you are in range of that flying cloud, the flying nimbus as I like to call it.
Now, I have to be completely frank here. Out of all 4 maps, I felt like this one was the most unlike pro play out of them all. This feels like an arcade game mode, right?
Oh, yeah.
I remember when I initially saw like news of Flying Cloud and I thought, there is no way this is coming to ranked. Well, guess what, Pastafa? It's also coming to pro play.
Pain. All pain is what I see. Vamos! Now on red side. Banning out the Fanny. Interesting. All right, so they've learned for the rules of the blue side, red side. Following the meta as time goes by, we see that GMX now with the final ban in this first phase. Arlet alongside Jushin, similar bans to when they were on red. Reflections that they did come from the MAL, which is why they are banning the exact same way.
You gotta stick with what you know. And they get rid of Farsa, which is interesting because I do actually feel this is one of the heroes that could both benefit and not benefit from Flying Cloud.
Especially since the natural wings by... I guess it saves your wings by wings to a degree. You don't have to use it early to like get out of the map.
It does if you want to use it as a way to, you know, return to the fight. But let's say that you're actually on the winning side as Farsa and you're trying to siege the base. You want to stand in the back to feathered airstrike, but then the cloud just drops on top of you.
That's also true. That's also true. So they banned it out, and now Phobius finally gets axed. Do we see a Yi Chishin one again coming up from Jaja? Maybe as a first pick, or the other higher priorities like Baxia this time round.
Going for the tank jungler this time around. GMXK already switching up the style since the double marksman side lane didn't quite work out previously. So leaning more towards a typical gameplay approach. Vamos now have a lot of options that they can consider. The Kalea also going to be left wide open previously.
I mean, both sides could have picked it up. We'll see whether any will take into consideration because, again, Baxia really hurts the early game healing, which is why Kalea is so good at what she does. But do you take it just to deny GMXK? Okay, so they go for the Kalea. Zorn's not going to be part ways with it just yet. The CC is also going to get locked in. For all intents and purposes, it could be a flex pick, but we'll just see because GMX are going fast. They lock in the Kimmy. They also lock in the Franco super early on.
Franco going to be making his first appearance here in MPL Malaysia Season 16 on the Flying Cloud map. Definitely not a hero I would normally consider as being particularly enabled by this map. GMXK definitely have some kind of plan picking this in as the Lancelot comes out for the final pick in the first phase for Vamos.
The Lancelot is a good idea. They need a little bit more burst. We need a better combination to get value from the Tsunami Slam. I'm thinking that if push comes to shove, it means that most probably Natco might have to go on to something like a Beatrix, right? Because how else are you going to get the raw burst damage to cut through, like, especially like a Baxia, for an example?
Yeah, Beatrix would be good. Carry could also be a safe fallback. I think Vamos can definitely leave their goal lane until a little bit later here since they've already got their EXP out. They don't really need lane priority anywhere else. They ban out the Ruby.
Ruby ban. Do they want to call it early? Just get rid of the Yi Shinshin now, right? I mean, oh wait, sorry. Lancelot is already in play. Baxia. But then you've already got Franco. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Unless they're trying to say that Ruby is a decent way to sandbag the CC, which it is to a degree, assuming that you hit all your spells and stay relatively healthy. The Beatrix, great ban coming up from GMXK. They're trying to take away all the burst now. It's a hard read from GMX right from turn one.
I think that's a smart idea. You definitely need to get rid of marksman heroes that could pair well with this Kalea, since pickoff is always going to be the name of the game when you see this hero on the opposite side. As for the Ruby ban, I feel like Vamos might have been banning it just in case of a potential Ruby goal lane, since Kimmy mid still does work out with double fighter side.
That's true, but then wouldn't you want it? Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I think if that is the case, right, now that the Ruby is gone, does that mean that their adjustments are going to lean more into like, oh, we're probably going to get like a Trinity build? Oh, actually, maybe they want to stray away from that Trinity build by getting rid of the Esme. Yeah, they could go with the Harith.
Harith Gold would be what I would think if you're banning Ruby and Esmeralda. I don't think it's very good against Baxia Franco.
No, not the greatest, but I mean, eventually you'll get there.
Yeah, especially with the clouds to think about too.
Sure. I mean, yeah, because once you start pushing into T2s, the first 45 seconds you don't have access to the clouds, but then afterwards you will. Kadena gets gets banned out from the side of GMXK. Really doing their research on Clockkun's just overall hero pool.
Well, if it comes down to it, you can still put Clockun on the Lunox. It would actually still be an okay game for it here. It's the same mid matchup. There are tanky heroes you can burst with the Darkening.
Then it would take too long to scale. Do they care about mid-prio in this case? I mean, they've got the Kalia, right? Having a Lunox, I would agree, is pretty sustainable. Because right now, GMX have really not shown much with their composition. Boxia, the Franco, and Kimmy. All right, 2 tanks and 1 Kimmy. Not too surprised. So they're going to go with the safe option, lock in the Granger early on, and wait for GMX to finish off their composition before they decide.
Okay, so they're not prioritizing gold lane prio. Instead, keeping the mid lane as flexible as possible just to see whether GMX commits to a full team fight composition or something a little bit more scattered. That is fair. Let's see how GMX will respond. The Lapu comes out for the EXP lane. Should be able to do okay against CC.
Awaken Dreadworm.
Next lock in Moskov. That's fair. Pretty even matchup. Moskov, Lapu. So they've got dive. They've got like a decent amount of burst. 2 consistent means of damage, while having minimal to no peel other than the Boxia. I don't know. It's a bit of a risky comp coming up from GMXK's side, because if Vamos is able to outplay some of the big ults, right? Especially when it comes down to Lapu jumping in with the bravest fighter, there's a lot of ways for Vamos. Yeah, and now with the Lunox, they're really giving GMXK no options to find pickoffs within the laning to mid-game phases as we progress.
Yeah, GMX definitely have a more standard lineup this time, and their team fighting is solid, but they're going to need to wait until the 2nd or 3rd item power spike before they can really start taking 5v5s. Whereas Vamos will have a much earlier access to their burst while still having strong late game scaling.
Okay. Late game scaling seems to be unlocked here. Both sides looking for a win. Currently, Vamos 1-0. Most importantly, they're looking for that 2-0 to get an extra point in the league standings. Oh boy. Clockhood with another Lunox. Let's see. Last game, we didn't see him scale to his maximum potential. Got very, very close to it. But now with the Kalia on his side, things should be much easier in controlling the mid lane, assuming nobody gets hooked.
Well, in game 1, we got to witness Vamos wash away the competition with the expanding rivers. Will they now be able to take a flight in the skies across the clouds? Or will GMX Kalantan find the stride they need to bring us to a full series? Ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into game number 2.
Straight into it. See both sides looking to fight for control at this stage of the game. And again, very passive laning from either side, right? Natko doesn't want to make a mistake. MQT, same thing for him. But even worse, he's the one who has to hold the Purify. Paima has to be the one who holds that Purify. And Gojes playing the lane perfectly against Munster right now.
It's going to be a rough lane for Munster. Lapu is not a bad matchup, but it's also not a particularly good one. CC is strong because he is going to be able to win out this lane often. For some reason, choosing not to take the Cloud to get the lane faster.
Yeah, he's like, I'll leg it, don't worry. I'll
it's
just
leg day.
Yeah, it's leg day. There might be another scenario that I need to respond to. Good flicker coming out from Natko's side. Great movement there.
The second instance of really quick reaction from Natko here, showing us that he does have something to prove coming to Malaysia and joining Vamos. With an early gank thwarted, that's exactly what Vamos wants.
Now they're going to continue pushing up, right? The mid lane highly contested, and now the jungler is getting involved pretty often with this mid trio rotation because of how influential it is. Gojes does miss his level 4. He will hit it just a bit. Iron hooks do not connect. And GMX, where do they position themselves, right? I think that Vamos is doing a better job at identifying bushes that could eventually hurt them in the long run. And I think Matdins, he's got to take a more aggressive angles. He's got to take control of the Pixel Brush. He might want to open up the top side later down the line.
Traction Pulse going to be dodged by Zorn. The Tree-Man knockup with Tidal Strike instantly zoning out GMXK. They are scattering the fight. Jaja secures the turtle away. Tsunami Slam finds one, but Zorn's going to be picked off in exchange. Brilliant's also going to be used defensively. Jaja looking for the catch. Misses Clockwind, does eventually collide. That's a double kill for Munster. Chibi picks off Jaja in exchange.
They trade 1 for 1 so far. They still don't get much off of it, right? 300 gold, but no gigantic conversion from Vamos' side. This is the resistance I want to see from GMXK. Wait. He's going to fly right. Is he going to be able to steal this away? He might have to use Retribution. Doesn't bother. Lets the small camp go. The buff is more important.
I think he was actually 1 second off the Retribution. That might have been it. GB does eventually use it here to get another camp away. Under different circumstances, we can see how the Cloud would have made the difference between securing that camp or not, but GB showing his experience in the jungle.
Really taking his time with this one. I think both teams... Oh, wait, hold on.
Konami Slam, they grab onto the Franco. Clawkun gets collided on by Jaja in the backline. Tortoise's Pazance also comes out. Vamos not going to choose the Pursuitist.
Oh, they back away. And now where's the conversion? They want to get mid. It's going to get shoved out, but it's just no, they don't find it at all. No way to punish their opponents. Both sides playing hyper defensively. And it feels like GX... Wait, hold on. They do get the bravest fighter coming out from Munster's side, but he's just going to freeze the Wayne. Really good call coming in from Gojas. Wow, how did he bait him out to make it look like an all-in? Munster kind of jumped the gun there.
A little bit. You can see the nerves really getting to him after he wasn't able to get the setups he wanted in the previous game. GMX looking for lane priority wherever they can. Now pulling people over the top side to take control as the turtle's coming up in 5 seconds.
You see an SOD eventually get thrown down at some point. This fight could be a make it or break it for GMXK. Vamos, as they take their time here, they're just waiting for a mistake, and this might be it.
Zorn goes for a very aggressive play, gets caught in the Dragon Pulse into the bloody hunt, and that is Zorn down. Landshaker finds GB, forces him to dash backwards, and the Spear of Destruction not going to be taken here. MQT knows his team has control. He's going to go for tower down bottom, actually takes most of the gold shield. Now Turtle dropping to 30%. One immobilize comes out on Gojas, but Jaja going to be taken out. Too much damage eaten. GB gets the Turtle for free.
1 for nothing. But Turtle falls into the hands of Vamos. Trying to look to even out the score. GB's current level 7, about to go 8. Oh, it actually hits 8. While Jaja currently at 7. Yeah, Jaja just seems to be on the back foot all the time, man. Feels like every team that he's faced so far, the jungler is kind of able to beat him in these super important Retribution battles. But now with 90 seconds left on the clock, right? Where do you attack them? It feels like GMXK, they initially had the gun, but they've got no bullets inside of it.
The difficult thing for Jaja is that he... Oh, hold on. Tsunami Slam pulls one. Forces out the Winter Crown on Martins. He flickers out to safety. Looks like he will be able to survive, but that's a lot of resources used by GMX.
There is a lot of resources this entire time. Now we have Munster slowly cutting away at top tier 1. This unlocks him from the lane. He wants to be useful, and even Clawkun was making a rotation up to that top side to try and intercept him midway.
And very important for Munster to actually be unlocked from lane here, because without him, Jaja has to be the one opening up the map, and that's not really ideal for your jungler. This Franco needs to stand back to find those hooks in the first place. So far though, gold lead's still very even. Looks like Vamos isn't particularly skilled at farming quickly with this new gameplay style.
Seems like it, because the numbers are telling us that right now a majority of this gold lead is actually in the hands of Chibi, right? So he has somehow generated an extra 200 more gold. Back and forth doesn't stop, and now that Natco, all right, second item complete, the Sky Piercer. This one is going to be extremely important because so far there has been a couple of moments where we saw GMXK have awkward anti-synergy is what I would call it, right? Martins tries to throw the hook. He's trying to make sure that the traction beam lands it to set it up for him. Just not as clean as Homeboys right now.
Yeah, we've seen the traction hook before, but it is something that can be played around. Requires a lot of resource commitment. So just currently controlling the turtle. Traction Pulse comes out, misses completely. Iron Hook comes in, the two-man title strike knockoff. Chibi secures the turtle. SOD connects, Brilliance comes out as well. The fight is split in half right now. Martin's not really able to get into the action, but Munster doing a great amount of damage. That's a killing spree. Zorn, the only casualty of the fight.
Unlucky Zorn, but could have been a lot worse, right? Falco doesn't have his flicker either, but I'm pretty sure that the Brilliance is chained up. Chibi tries to make the play.
Okay, will dash back to the safety of his team, just aiming to clear the minions while poking as much as possible.
I'm surprised that Dins let him get away with that. I thought maybe instantly as soon as he goes for that first dash, you go for that bloody hunt, but I think even he's aware that the rest of his team just ain't prepared if he yoinks him with the Tsunami Slam. Golden Staff, finally, there we go. Some of the big ticket items for IMQT. Yes, now he's going to have a decent amount of damage, but he still needs a DHS if he wants to stand any chance.
He needs to finish that Trinity. The consolation is he's not that far behind in gold compared to Natko right now. Fortunately, mid laners having a little bit of difficulty keeping up. And looking at the builds as well, Dins going for the slightly greedier Franco build. Seems to be Winter Crown into fleeting time.
Bot tier 1 already collapses. Man, this is a very slow and painful game because no openings are being given, and I think everybody is kind of scared to force it. Gojez so far has been extremely brave, but no conversion on his side.
Tsunami Slam finds the box. Yeah, Traction Pulse going to be dodged. Very well done. Curtain Call comes out as well. Jaja will survive.
20 seconds left on the clock. We've seen every movement based on the map. Nimbus not used just as often, but both sides just kind of giving. It's weird because it feels like they're giving mutual respect, and I think that even for Vamos, they're like, wait, our composition doesn't scale that great. Let's get Clockwood in a position where he can actually try and carry this game.
It's a controlled approach because Vamos actually does still want to scale ideally. Bottom tier 1 will fall. Zorn flickers, misses. Bloody Hunt into the Winter Crown going to be used by Martin. By time, Jaja secures the Lord. Martin goes down, but his life was traded for a much more worthy cause.
How frustrating Vamos has to be. Flickers forward, commits so many spells, doesn't get any value, and they want more!
Yep, they're frustrated, alright. Tsunami Slam comes out. This time they do find Jaja. That's a Sky Piercer stack for Natko. Not gonna allow GMX to get away with that. MQT very far forward here. Have to be careful. Gojez looking for the chase. The push will keep him away.
Red team turret has been destroyed.
Fleeting time purchase, Radiant Armor as well, and now the catch!
Walks right into the trap, killing spree for Natko.
Alright, now we are seeing the increase in tempo from the side of Vamos, right? From that 600, now turning it back into that 800, eventually to try and turn it into 1,000. 13 to 1. 2 levels down, unfortunately. Sorry, 3 levels down on Jaja at this point. And Vamos still maintain control of their mid structure.
Hard for GMX to push. Traction Pulse misses. Tsunami Slam pulls into Franco. You don't have Winter Crown this time, my friend. That's a mega kill for Natko.
They back away. They gotta make sure that they are checking river lines. Nowhere is safe. Now, Nimbus Cloud being taken by Clockwood. If we can get the items to pop up, that'd be great. Currently want to see him where he's at in his build, right? Because again, magic items are particularly expensive.
We'll see. What we do know, though, is that Natko is at 500 stacks. Also 40 stacks on the Sky Piercer, so this Granger is starting to come online in a big way. 2k lead for Vamos. Jaja decides to start the fight into Zorn, gets pulled into the rest of Vamos. Another title strike knockup. Vamos not quite in the position to really follow up on this. Martin's looking for an engage, but he's eating too much damage. And nice flicker from Natko avoids the Land Shaker. Vamos doesn't get any kills, but they get control over the jungle.
Yep. Ah, man. They're getting muscled out at this point. IMQT finally completing the Trinity 11 minutes and 29 seconds into the game. Is it late? Well, it's not the latest. Could have been a lot worse, but I'm glad he has it now. Because at this stage, he needs to start participating in fights. Somebody needs to punt Zorn away.
Who is going to be able to do that? Unfortunately, so far this game, I've really not seen much impact from this Franco pick on Madins. There was that one play where the Winter Crown bought them time, but besides that, the hooks have not been landing, and his lack of bulkiness is not giving GMX much space.
Not at all. Speaking of space, you see all four members from the side of Vamos convoying through the river. Wait, is Jaja about to make contact with them? Natko, he needs to hide in a bush right now, but look, GMXK don't want to go any further than this. They just want to control this bottom side, deny pathways to the Moskov.
But is this really the part of the map they should be controlling? Lord is on the top half, and Vamos now is just gonna slowly zone them back. Jaja might be caught here. Traction Pulse gonna stop the Tsunami Slam, but it goes through anyway. Bloody Hunt comes out, but it's on Goja's with Vengeance. He takes basically no damage. Vamos walks away with everyone still intact. Vaima trying to chase Spear of Destruction, misses Natko. That would have been so big if it landed. Chibi still continuing the fight. Munster low, that's a shutdown from Chibi. Winter Crown comes out, but Martins is surrounded. It's a monster kill for Vamos.
Just slapping them up, 3 for nothing, and Clawhood has finally hit the Divine Glaive, which means he's huge, not only with his passive, but how good he's got with magic scaling ratios.
This is not so good. Tsunami Slam does get purified out. MQT is alive, but not his mid inhibitor.
Oh, some fare well than others. Oh, okay, the recall. There is no Loi in the game. 5.9k lead for the side of Vamos. Chibi single-handedly taking down the Lord all by himself. This could be the push that we've been waiting for, right? GMXK, 2 missing inhibitors, a third one on the way. Sorry, the second and third one going to be on the way, but they're just waiting for the Lord and the Lord-empowered minions before they break those structures.
It's been a slow build-up, but Vamos now has a 7k gold lead as well. GMX, I don't really know if they have the items to be able to stop this push, and even with the Cloud, they don't really have the right heroes to really maximize it. Lord pushing in. Zorn with the Flicker. 3-man Tidal Strike. Knockup gets the Tsunami Slam. Pull back. Munster has used the ultimate to escape. Godlike Streak from Natko. They're punching them down one by one. Base is wide open. Bottom inhibitor will fall. Only 1 minion there. They're trying to clear it. The Iron Hook finally lands on Gojas. But what will it cost? The base is wide open. Martins will go down. Another wave of minions comes in as if fate ordained it. Vamos is still staying in the base of GMX Kelantan. They're trying their hardest. MQT still alive, trying to clear the minion wave. Has to use the Wind of Nature. It's a 1v4 situation. Spirit of Destruction comes in. He flicks the backline. It does not matter. It's a killing spree for Chibi. It's a wipeout. Vamos secures the clean sweep.
What a battle of attrition here. Vamos coming out huge. 2-0 as Vamos fans cheer in rejoice. It was a slow early to mid game, but once the ball started rolling for Vamos, they never stopped rolling.
And that is the Vamos style right there, ladies and gentlemen. We wondered which of these teams would be able to prove their adaptation to the new patch quicker. And it seems this time it is going to be the mask of Vamos themselves.
Ooh, Vamos showing us what it's all about. GMXK, we're seeing more resistance. They're getting better. And keep in mind that they will be playing later in this week again. Now, from Vamos' side, happy with Gojas' performance, happy with his improvement, but with the rest of the team, they're showing up some pretty cool ideas.
They're definitely showing better ideas, but there's still more evolution coming forward for both of these teams. This is only the beginning, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm excited to see what else the map changes will bring to us. So it's definitely back to the drawing board for GMX.
Yeah, I mean, GMX have a lot to learn. With each week, we'll be a bit harsher, but we'll see if they can get better at that point. That being said, though, we do have Rose here up on the stage with both Clawhood and Zorn.
2-3 mata penuh untuk Vamos. Congratulations. And Rose tahu ini dah match ketiga Vamos untuk musim ini. Tapi ini kali pertama Rose dapat interview Gorgeous di atas pentas. So, hi Gorgeous, welcome back.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
Okay, now Gorgeous. Macam mana Gorgeous dapat adapt dalam pasukan Vamos sekarang ni?
Macam mana boleh adapt? Sebenarnya nak adapt dengan pasukan Vamos tak susah. Sebab saya pernah team dengan Zone dulu. And saya pun rapat dengan Chibi. So, nak blend in tu tak susah.
Is everything okay sekarang?
Is everything okay? Okay.
Okay. So biasanya kalau minggu pertama, minggu kedua MPL ni banyak tim cakap chemistry tak cukup macam ni. So sekarang ni Vamos ada masalah chemistry ke?
Tak ada.
Tak ada. Macam mana korang make sure tak ada masalah chemistry? Korang train betul-betul ke? Team bonding ke? Cuba ceritakan sikit. How do you guys strengthen your chemistry?
Kita orang main pick a ball every week.
Oh, healthy juga bukan tu saja. Okay, now kita tahu that before this, Gorgeous dikenali sebagai macam very outgoing personality lah kan. Dia cakap banyak, buat hal banyak, kadang-kadang ni, kadang-kadang tu. So macam mana you bawa energy ni kepada Vamos? You rasa dorang suka ke energy macam ni? Chaotic energy.
Dorang bukan suka, tapi dorang perlukan energy tu.
Dorang perlukan chaotic energy tu balance lah juga.
Betul.
So ada yang serius, ada yang tak serius. Okay, now cakap tentang patch pula lah kan. Kita tahu patch baru ni banyak perubahan.
Okay.
Dari segi EXP, in your opinion, apa perubahan yang paling besar?
ESP sekarang akan jadi paling miskin.
Paling miskin. Untuk hero pula, apa yang you rasa hero yang actually perlu di-pick di EXP? Mungkin kepada fan-fan kita yang nak main dekat rank tu?
Ada satu hero yang tak boleh bagi tahu. Cuma kalau hero biasa, Cici Esme lah yang tengah top sekarang.
Okay. Yang boleh bagi tahu je CC Esme. Okay, mungkin kita boleh nampak lagi banyak hero macam ni di MPL selepas patch baru. And guys, korang nampak game 2-0 ni, mestilah korang rasa MVP dia siapa? Wow. Okay, so mari kita tengok MVP of the game in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Natko. Alright, Natko, jom join kita di atas pentas. Pergi fetch dia. Korang ada mic kan? Ambil dia. Gorgeous, ambil dia. Semangat sikit lah, Gorgeous. Natko je yang semangat. Okay guys, berikan tepukan. Hello Natko, congratulations. Okay, Natko, okay, depan sikit. Kita tahu patch baru sahaja 2 hari selepas release kan? So, apa perubahan yang you rasa lain dekat mid lane?
Mid lane?
Mid lane, sorry, gold lane.
Oh, gold lane. Gak ada yang...
Gak ada yang biasa?
Tak ada yang biasa.
Gak ada yang biasa. Macam mana Natko dapat adapt dengan patch baru ini?
Sebab Son bisa main Fanny sekarang.
Kita kena cakap tentang Fanny ni. And of course, you rasa patch ni sesuai tak dengan playstyle you?
Sesuai banget.
Sesuai banget. Mungkin kita boleh tengok Natko banyak lagi MVP selepas ni. Thank you very much, Natko.
Thank you.
Okay, untuk Zone pula. Kita dah cakap tentang Fanny. Sebelum ni kita pernah nampak Zorn main Fanny, tapi tu sebagai jungler. Sekarang pula sebagai roam. Mungkin boleh ceritakan sikit kenapa Zorn pilih main Fanny as a roamer hari ini?
Fanny roam saya rasa patch sekarang ni memang Muntun dia bagi benefit banyak dekat roamer lah, especially. So bila dia buat mekanisme yang macam tu dekat roaming item sekarang, so saya dapat rasa yang meta roamer akan jadi lebih versatile lah. So that's why saya rasa boleh bawa Fanny as a roamer balik lah.
Fanny as a roamer ni dia ikut map ke memang patch ni sesuai sangat?
Rasanya patch lah, ikut patch. Sebab kalau map pun, kalau user Fanny tu power, tak kisah pun map mana.
Wow, okay. Now, you pun cakap that actually patch ni memang banyak benefit kepada roamer. And Rose pernah tengok streamcaster pun, streamers lain pun orang cakap memang benefit dekat roamer. So, adakah rotation roamer akan beza selepas patch ni?
Banyak sangat beza dia. So boleh cakap macam makro untuk as a roamer pun dia meningkat lah sebabkan Muntun dah buat update tu kan. So kepada user roamer kat sana, korang kena banyakkan lagi study lah sebab patch kali ni memang betul-betul orang kata extra untuk kita buat kerja lah. So makin banyak korang as a job roamer tu.
Job desk orang makin expand.
Betul.
And one last question, you cakap tadi that roamer sekarang ni actually satu role yang agak versatile. So, hero apa lagi yang kita boleh tengok? Lebih banyak assassin ke, fighter ke, macam mana?
Macam saya cakap, memang banyak gila hero yang boleh mainkan. Kalau korang dah tengok Fanny, so korang boleh tengok lagi hero yang merapu juga yang akan dimainkan nanti.
Alright, thank you very much Zorn. Is there anything yang you nak cakap kepada fans Vamos yang hadir hari ini?
Kejap, Rose.
Yeah.
Sebelum tu, 5 minit.
5 minutes?
Sabar sekejap
Oh, okay. Kejap, dia tengah cari something. Ada surprise. Chibi tengah jerit dekat bawah tu, dia cakap ada surprise. Tapi dah lebih 5 saat dah ni.
Boleh ada cik masa sekejap
Okay, you goreng lah.
Boleh.
Goreng lah.
Syam, cepat Syam.
Okay. Wish! Ada bunga! Ada bunga! Ada apa?
Okay, so sorry guys. So hari ni birthday mak saya. So saya nak jemput ibu saya untuk naik ke atas pentas. Dan kita nyanyikan lagu Happy Birthday ramai-ramai. Ibu.
Nyanyi.
Naik, ibu.
1, 2, 3.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Mak Gorgeous. Happy birthday to...
Oh, comelnya. Happy birthday Mama Gorgeous. Sebelum tu, is there anything Mama Gorgeous nak cakap?
Ibu.
Mama Gorgeous, happy birthday. Is there anything Mama Gorgeous nak cakap kepada Gorgeous?
Thank you, Iman.
Alright.
And congrats to Vamos.
Alright, thank you Mama Gorgeous and happy birthday sekali lagi. So, Zorn, anything?
Terima kasih banyak guys kepada korang semua yang datang kita orang punya match. Dan thank you to our sponsor guys, Realme Cobra. Itu je kot. Thank you guys. Jumpa lagi korang pada kita orang punya match terusnya hari Ahad. Terima kasih semua.
Alright, thank you very much. You guys may now go celebrate your victory. Untuk korang semua, mesti korang suka tengok map baru. And kalau korang nak tahu lebih pasal map ni, jangan terlepas untuk menonton Grand Final Raja Map di hujung rancangan esok. Tiket untuk masuk dikira dengan pembelian mana-mana tiket untuk perlawanan hari kedua. Maksud tu, kalau korang beli tiket untuk hari kedua, korang automatik layak untuk dapat nonton secara live. Selain itu, korang boleh scan QR code sekarang dan buat ramalan siapa yang akan jadi juara Raja Map sebelum 19 September pukul 11 malam. Manalah tahu korang boleh menang hadiah yang menarik. And of course, untuk cek detail lebih lanjut, korang boleh pergi ke website official MPL Malaysia. That is it untuk match pertama, hari pertama. With that, let's throw it back to the casters to analyse apa yang jadi dalam perlawanan ini. Casters, back to you guys.
Thanks, bros. The MVP of the game going over to Natco. 9-0-3 on Signature Granger. No surprises here, man. Everybody who knows how to play meta stuff will get their hands on meta stuff. Does run the Impure Rage, though.
I mean, Impure Rage still works perfectly fine, especially if you know you're going to be able to poke a lot on this Granger, which is exactly what Natco was doing. We talked about how Vamos could afford to be playing a little bit more aggressive earlier in the game, but it definitely seemed that they intended to create space and time for Natco to come online as their late game carry. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, he's not the only late game carry that people should be worried about, but the fact that he was able to hit 900 GPM, he already had 3 items at an accelerated time. I was about to say at the right time, but no, much more accelerated than it probably should be. And the biggest problem, other than him, was probably the huge chunker in Clawkun. Nobody could walk close to this guy. Darkening and everybody's like, walk away. He's a walking nuclear reactor.
It's surprising how GMXK would ban out other mages and then leave the mage that actually was able to win out this mid lane matchup against the Kimi and melt their tanks in the previous game wide open for Clawkun to pick again, while again picking a composition that isn't very good at dealing with it.
Exactly. If Clawkun didn't have access to Lunox, he probably would lean into... Oh, would he actually go for the Sicilion in this case? Well, I would say Yve a lot more likely, but even so, we look at the emblems as well. Nothing too out of the ordinary. Everybody going for pretty standard builds all across the board. And I think that at least from GMXK's perspective, I think what they really need to do is coordinate their pinces, right? I think right now, Munster, he's finding engages. They are to a degree accurate. Sometimes your opponents are able to react to it so it doesn't connect. That's totally fine. But the rest of the team, where are they, right? They're not really influencing the movements, and neither are they working together to get this sandwich to stick together.
There's a lack of initiative and foresight, basically. And this happens a lot to most new teams joining MPL for the first time. You can no longer just afford to react and hope that you can win out most of your engagements just by outskilling your opponents. You need to be actively creating those opportunities in the first place, the way Vamos was in game 1 as well, by splitting up the map, by playing macro, not allowing GMXK to ever actually start a fight when they were all fully together and ready. And those things add up.
It's forced mistakes that we are seeing here. Vamos just forcing GMXK in positions where they cannot get past it. I think at least for GMXK's side, their laning phase superbly better from week number 1. That's like one phase already complete. Their fundamentals are getting a little bit stronger, but now it's about having that unlocking that Emperor's Eye, right? Because you can't, especially if Matdins is the captain, I'm guessing that they're tunnel visioning on where they need to move rather than looking at the game as a whole.
Yeah, I think each of the players needs to be able to make their decisions a little bit more quickly and at the same time understand what those actions are going to result in for the rest of the team. Because a lot of the time they might try something and then they die, and then the team no longer has an extra player, has someone to initiate, has someone to stand in front, and all of that just cascades into a disaster.
Especially when you have a Franco, which is why I'm extra disappointed in GMXK's performance, right? I was expecting a lot more pressure. I was expecting at least the presence of Franco alone gives you a lot of influence over the map unless they are disrespectful. And in Vamos' case, you land one good forced iron hook, that's gonna tell Zorn to be like, you better chill, brother.
From my perspective, though, I feel like Franco is not gonna be that good of a roamer under this current patch, because he's always had this issue where you want to kind of stand back in order to maximize your hook, but you need to be playing aggressive to get the most out of your vision roam gold now, and Franco's just not quite as effective at doing that. In fact, a lot of times Jaja had to do that as the Baxia, and that's why he lost so much HP so quickly.
Yep. I mean, I think that if we look at the highlights, it will become very evident, right? Maima, as much as he wants to kind of hold it, honestly should have been okay by himself in the lane, right? When you're up against Kalkun as well as Zorn, your biggest issue is that if you get engaged on by Zorn, there's no real winning in that 2v1 scenario. If Maima played a safer game, allow Matdins to roam around a little bit more often to influence the side laners, especially side laners who need to be part of these fights, then we do see advantages be created. But for the most part, right, I think that for GMXK, what got them to this point was the fact that if they could anchor and hunker down, they do much better rather than taking space.
Yeah, you could see that they were actually able to get the Lord here because Matdins was able to buy time with that Winter Crown. But after that, they just kept extending out. They got caught while trying to split push a little bit too far. There were a lot of decisions being made out of desperation in both games this match that eventually cost them the defeat.
So many forced mistakes that Vamos is able to implement onto them. They're not even, well, I mean, they just have the better eyes, right? The better eyes wins games, and not to mention that Chibi, nasty Lancelot. Look at how much damage he's doing, especially to the squishies in the back. I'm QT was just having a very rough time throughout both of the matches in this series.
Of course, at the same time, even though we can definitely say that GMXK made a lot of mistakes, I wouldn't actually say that Vamos played perfectly either.
No.
There were definitely points that they could have improved on. They could have farmed more quickly. They could have definitely taken fights cleaner without trading as many bodies as they did. But I do like the ideas that they're presenting at the start of this new patch, and if they're able to refine those, then Vamos is looking pretty good.
I do think that this is like a little strange to what they want in the draft, right? Because again, it feels like this is one of the few times I think everybody can be greedy, right? Rather than few people are greedy, other people are looking to do and make things happen to kind of stir up the pot. But that being said though, guys, we need here's the results here. What do you think of the GMXK can be benefit in this new patch? And it looks like 46% have said the new rotating maps more than anything else.
I guess that means that you guys like the maps, and so far we've gotten to see 2 already. I was a little worried that we might see like the overlap same map twice, right? But we did get Expanding Rivers, we got Flying Cloud, though I feel like Cloud didn't really get much chance to be utilized.
You know, maybe if they had I don't know, Grok? They needed some like strong AoE to make it actually worth it. It's tough to say, right? There's still so much left up in the air and much more excitement here at the MPL MY. Guys, keep in mind, with our first best of 3 already finished, we still have one last one to finish off day number 1. It's a short day, so don't worry. After these messages, it's more MLBB action here at the MPL MY Season 16.
Cuek kena. Bawah kita saucer tu guys.
Dia poking guys. Orang.
Setiap sudut apabila beluka berbahaya aktif. Seluruh medan pertempuran kini dilitupi beluka, maka bergerak dengan berhati-hati. Adakah anda pemburu atau yang diburu? Anda perlu strategi baharu untuk menguasai hutan yang berbahaya ini. Pernahkah anda bermimpi meluncur di atas medan pertempuran bagai awan yang bebas? Dengan awan meluncur, awan ajaib yang boleh ditunggangi akan spawn di medan pertempuran, naik dan terbang ke udara untuk pertukaran laluan yang pantas atau menerjun turun untuk serangan hendak maut. Mari menunggang angin dan menguasai langit. Sungai akan membawa anda meraih kemenangan melalui sungai deras. Arus sungai akan berkembang ke kawasan jungle dan arus baharu akan terbentuk ketika lot muncul dan setelah ia dikalahkan. Ikuti aliran arus untuk mendapat peningkatan kelajuan pergerakan yang ketara. Kuasai aliran arus dan heret musuh anda ke dalam pusaran kekalahan. Kami berharap mekanik medan pertempuran baharu ini akan merombak meta yang lapuk dan memberikan pengalaman serta cabaran baharu bagi semua pemain. Kita akan berjumpa lagi di medan pertempuran baharu.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom. Their brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. The curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one. wretched spawns reek of its corruption. Your sovereign has a god to kill.
I don't like this one, guys. There's a lot of bush on my lane.
Ni apa? Patch baru ke? Oh, dia pun sampai kat sana eh. Sampai dekat buff eh. Oh.
So I think this one is good for junglers. Because before, it's really hard to take your red buff if the turtle is on the blue. Because it's really far. But now I think you can take it 5 or 10 seconds before the turtle spawn.
Interesting. I think they really want more skirmishes to happen. It's gonna be good in a way because people like to watch team fights, right? Rather than playing slow.
Teleport eh. Oh. Gempa.
When you ride on the south, you are not detectable.
Oh, they cannot see you. But I think this one is good for the one who always die. You can go easily to your jungle. In rank only.
Nope.
Tournament, this MPL, you can use this. Really? Sumpah. This for maps.
Huh? Dangerous grass.
Jungle. Bush. This one. I don't like this one, guys. There's a lot of bush on my lane.
Saya suka yang map 3. Sebab ada banyak bush. Sebut boleh sorok banyak-banyak.
I think backline can be more susceptible to flanking because the bash allow people to flank and gank from behind. What is really important is to have a hero that can check all of this bash like the Hilda.
So kalau map keempat kita tengok map lubang. So kalau enemy nak curi buff boleh lah.
Oh guys, this one it's easy to invade. You can easily cross and you can escape easily. This one not good for assassin because they will get easily invaded by tank junglers.
This one is really important for the jungler role to make sure that he can adapt.
So for these new maps, guys, I think our MPL will be more fun for the viewers to watch, but more problems to the players.
Kalau 4 map, saya paling suka map yang ketiga. Saya paling tak suka dalam map keempat lah. Kalau saya main jungle nanti, enemy nak curi buff.
I think the best one is the first one because it's more into like prioritizing objectives and it will help gold laners to join the first team fight.
Untuk saya map yang tak logik, just yang terbang je lah sebab dia untargetable.
Awan tu boleh bagi vision lah, bagus ke tapi bagi saya kurang tak logik.
So untuk map ni nanti kalau main dekat MPL nanti, saya rasa akan banyak kelainan lah dari segi drafting, dari segi hero pool.
We need to practice a lot because every map there's a different playstyle that you can abuse.
My first thought is the tournament will be more competitive because you don't know what map you're gonna play. So it's a matter of mastering all the maps and I think that's the most challenging part.
Kalau saya main settle lah sebab nak try map baru dah bosan lah tengok map lama. So saya tak sabar nak tunggu week kedua nanti.
So all of these map changes, guys, will happen in MPL MI. So stay tuned and watch our game.
Bye. Saya boleh ni.
Semangat nombor 1 ada dalam diri kita semua. Bukan atas usaha sendiri saja, tapi sokongan dan harapan yang dikongsi bersama. Sebab nombor 1 lebih daripada jadi yang terbaik. Ianya memikul impian mereka. Inilah semangat nombor 1. Inilah prepaid nombor 1.
everyone! Welcome to the Project Next patch preview. We've got a lot of great content to show everyone, so let's get into it. New hero, Obsidia. The Sovereign of the Abyss has risen from the ruins of a forgotten age. As a gold lane marksman hero, her core gameplay revolves around building up bone shards to unleash devastating single-target burst. Her bone shards automatically hit enemies struck by her basic attacks, and she tethers herself to enemies hit by her ultimate. We can't wait to see your spectacular plays with Obsidia. Abyss heroes Alice, Dyroth, and Thamuz have all been revamped. We've updated the visual designs and backstories of these three heroes and completely redesigned Alice's skills. We buffed her early game while preserving her signature life drain mechanic. Our goal is to elevate the gameplay experiences for these heroes, and we're excited to see how they'll perform in the new patch. The annual map changes feature is also coming this patch. Each match will get a random new map mechanic. Each time the meta cube flips, the battlefield will be transformed, opening up new opportunities and challenges for even more strategy and tactics. The achievement system has been revamped. We've added all new season achievements. Based on your playstyle and match performance, you can unlock varying levels of prestigious flares to show the world your skills and abilities. Plus, the new Wall of Honor lets you showcase your achievements for all to see. Let's see who has the most elusive achievements. In this patch, we've refined the feel and responsiveness of the game's controls. Many of these improvements came directly from your feedback. Through these targeted optimizations, we hope to resolve many of your gameplay issues and deliver a more fluid and responsive combat experience. There are many more adjustments that you can read about in the upcoming patch notes. That wraps up our Project Next patch preview. Project Next launches on September 17th. We hope everyone will enjoy the new content. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Hello everyone, and welcome to a special preview of our annual map change. In this video, we'll explore more about this exciting new gameplay feature. Now, let's get started. When the annual map change launches, details of the feature can be found here. When a match starts, players will be notified of the battlefield mechanic that's in effect before hero selection. You can view info about the mechanic anytime during hero selection to plan out your strategy. Are you ready for the Broken Walls Challenge? The old walls across the battlefield have crumbled, revealing new paths and giving heroes without blink a chance to shine. We can't wait to see the optimal routes you'll come up with. Danger lurks in every corner.
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadang. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. Kata simat, bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadang. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga.
MPL Malaysia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Stream, game, vibe on social media, and more to your heart's content without missing even a single moment. Power up with lightning-fast 5G speeds. Stream all day long with Celcom DG prepaid 5G. Our official sponsors. Official gaming smartphone Infinix GT30 just launched. Comes with a free magnetic cooler, even more affordable than the GT30 Pro. The only phone in its class with GT trigger, 1.5K display, and 144Hz refresh rate. Supports steady performance with 120 FPS in MLBB. Available in 2 exclusive colors for the GT30, green and blue. Perfect meals for gamers, Grab. Grab food for one. When eating alone, enjoy meals from 10 ringgit with just 1 ringgit delivery fee and no minimum spend. And group order. Get 15% off when eating in a group. Bigger gang, bigger savings. Our esports partners, 100 Plus, Ferry, and Yamaha. And thank you to all our strategic partners, Sarah VE and Playas. Supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, ESI, MESF, and PSM.
Welcome back, everybody. It's currently 5:33 p.m. here in GMT +8 Malaysian time. Hello to everybody watching in Malaysia, outside Malaysia, in Southeast Asia. Thank you so much for tuning in to the English broadcast of the MPL MY Season 16. My name is Gideon. Of course, Stafa here at the desk. We already saw one best of 3, but the second one is by far the most exciting.
Yeah, this is gonna be the one where we really get to see how well our MPL MY teams have adjusted to the brand new patch that just got released 2-3 days ago. Really not a lot of time for you to prepare for games, and especially changes as big as this on that professional stage. We already got a small sign of it with the Fanny Room from Zorn earlier. What else might be coming?
Honestly, it's tough to say. With the meta so up and about, good things our players are equipped with some of the best equipment that money can buy. Just launched, now available on Infinix TikTok Malaysia, and it comes with a free magnetic cooler, the new Infinix GT30 Pro. Priced below 1,100. The only phone in its price tier with GT triggers, a 1.5K display, and 144 64 Hz refresh rate, supports steady performance at 120 FPS in MLBB, and 2 exclusive new colors, green and as well as blue, added to the GT30 series.
Thank you very much to Infinix. Make sure you guys check out the Infinix GT30 right now as well so that you guys can level up your gameplay to be just like our pro players up on stage right now and be more prepared than ever to take on the annual map changes. After the first match of the day, Gideon, what are you expecting?
Honestly, I wasn't expecting too much. I was expecting to see a lot of changes here, but that's the scary part, right? And I think that most people are questioning whether or not week 2 is going to be the only week. Don't worry, week 4 and all the way up till 6 is going to be just as exciting. And maybe you should consider scanning that QR code to start booking your tickets now. And do it quick, because some of these match days are really, really hot. And keep in mind, you can only book tickets for the match of your choosing.
Yep, the tickets for week 4 through 6, as you can see down here at the bottom of the screen, will be opened at 21st September at exactly noon. So if you guys want to grab tickets to the big hot ticket matches, that is the timing you guys need to keep out for. We know that there's a lot of teams here that sell out their matches very, very quickly, so you got to keep on top of that.
Yeah, I gotta beat those super fans. I was thinking of any name. Any name. I was thinking like, should I say the Patriots? I didn't want to put them in that kind of position.
I definitely don't want to tell people to beat the Patriots.
Don't do that! That's why we have the warning in the beginning. No violence will be permitted within the facilities of the MPL arena here in Dewan Sri Putra. But please, book your dates in advance. You want to get those seats as soon as possible, considering the amount of changes that have already occurred. And more importantly, so seeing Zorn kind of experiment with the meta, experiment with the draft, Vamos in general, just, you know, mask on.
The funny thing is, it didn't even really feel like experimentation. It was like they were already prepared for this. They knew this was what they wanted to play. And it worked too. It seemed well practiced, though of course they were up against GMXK, who definitely don't feel quite as prepared for MPL just yet. I'm just personally curious whether we'll get to see the 2 remaining maps, right? We already got to see rivers, we got clouds, but we get walls and grass?
Will we get walls and grass is the big question, especially with the new meta and a new patch. Untitled has a huge challenge ahead of them. With SkyZ, Lassie, Storm, Keeman, Siska are 3rd, 4th place runner-ups, technically 3rd place in this case. Man, they worked so hard last season. It's great to see them picked up under a new banner of Untitled, but they kept the main squad together.
I always love when teams keep their squads together, especially after how well they performed last season. It was clear that this roster had more room to grow. And from their match in week number 1, it does seem like they have been able to grow even further into their shoes here. I'm really excited to see what they have to bring to the table. And Rossi has already gone on record saying that he would like to try the Flying Clouds map, so that could be fun to see.
I mean, considering how often they make cross-map plays and chain fights after deaths, it only makes sense, but will that be the same for Todak? With so much scrutiny under the public eye, Loliel's Dream, Zyme Senpai, Zaid, as well as Fondir come under scrutiny of the Patriots themselves, thinking that their drafts have been solid, but afterwards the decision-making is a big question mark for them, which is kind of strange, considering that we have 2 very intelligent players in Zyme Senpai alongside with Dreams. The Indonesian support helping out with Zyme Senpai in the mid lane.
The current Todak roster appears to be running into the same issue that has plagued multiple Todak rosters across the past, where the players look like they are good on paper, but haven't quite found the chemistry needed to bring it to bear.
It's scary. It's really, really scary. Let's have a look at the ping tests here and see how the players are doing.
Masa tak ada skin ke Wanda tu? Ke Wanda, ya.
Masa bila Franco ada ke Wanda?
Franco mana ada Franco? Franco?
Tamus, Akai.
Tamus. Aduh. Link. Aku tengok orang gemuk, aku teringat Akai.
Kau dah pasang balik template kelas? Ah, cuba buka. Kan mantap tu. Ada kuku bang? Mata aku terlampau alert dengan semua benda. Tembak kelas lah tu. Ngomong apa dia? Kau you je lah. Ngomong apa dia je.
And that's how you know that Zayat's a true gamer. He was like, what's up with my phone? This doesn't look right. Passes it to the marshal, tells him like, this isn't correct. You gotta change it. This ain't currently at 144 just yet. You gotta bump up those settings, boy.
You can't lie to these players' eyes, man. They can see in 144 hertz. They can tell when something is off. But something is off, and something has been off with Todak for a long time. Can the momentum of Untitled carry them forward, or is Todak facing fading glory?
It's a tough call to say. Todak has had a long history, a legacy team here at MPL MY. Put our name on the international stage and has fallen from glory and continues to fade into the history books. And most people are thinking SRG now, but that used to be Todak one day. And now we come back with these up-and-comers. They played an entire season together under the title of DX Seoul, 2-1 against Ocean Black, showing off that OB was no match for them, proving that they deserve to be Tier 1, and at the debut of Season 16, 2-0ing Aero Esports.
They managed to complete their revenge, and it wasn't even really a revenge because they won their previous matchup as well, but they proved that it was not luck and indeed skill. Whereas on the other hand, Todak has been finding it very difficult to keep that legacy going, losing many matches that a lot of fans would have expected them to come out on top on, and going through multiple roster reshuffles. Will this be the one to finally bring back the Todak Langar?
It's tough. It's really tough. The Todak Langar playstyle might not necessarily work anymore, especially within the Malaysian ecosystem. And there's a couple of reasons why I'm saying it. Number one, Cambodia apparently does it significantly better. Myanmar, if given the right amount of tools, can do it significantly better than us at this point. The Todak Langar as a strategy does not belong to the Malaysian people no longer, mainly because the way of our lineups are playing is leaning more into a macro-based oriented style.
We're definitely seeing the shift of Malaysian teams leaning more into more classic, more practiced, more logical gameplay, especially after the success of the Selangor Red Giants. But that doesn't mean that teams don't like getting a little scrappy now and then. I do think that Untitled is one of the teams that is the most skilled at taking individual split-up fights. There's a lot of trust and faith between these players, and they are able to live up to those expectations.
I am giving high praises. As much as I love Zaim Senpai as one of the few legacy players still around, and keep in mind that Todak will be getting first pick in this draft, Stoem, my god, do I have high praises for him. A great shot caller, keeps the whole team in check. He doesn't need to micromanage them because of the way that they're playing their lanes, but overall, his calls in his fights with the trigger finger of Rasi to back him up almost guarantees their synchronicity.
I still remember back many seasons ago when Stone first debuted as part of RSGMY as a roamer. And even then, he popped off hard as the shot caller. I still remember him popularizing the Arlet roam in MY back then. Now as the mid laner, we can see him working out quite well. But we also have to look a little bit at Lolil.
In week 1, our decision making wasn't right, but we fixed and improved it, and we're confident for this week. I don't mind if people doubt me. I'm focused on improving myself to deliver at the SEA Games and prove I deserve to be there. Once again, a lot of scrutiny under the Todak members, and especially for Lolil since he has been selected for the SEA Games MLBB's men's division. It's not like he hasn't been there before. He has won medals underneath that name, and I just think that as of right now, he's never found the right team that plays with his obnoxiously aggressive style.
I agree with you, and that just makes this matchup even more important because I think it's time to open that can of worms, right? There's been a lot of netizens, I imagine, who have wondered why Lolil was selected for the SEA Game lineup over local players like SkyZ, for example, and now we're gonna witness that matchup.
He also quoted that, I hope I get the Expanding Rivers map because it's not much difference from the usual one. I want the Broken Walls map instead since it's the hardest but brings a lot of new elements. And I have to agree, those are the last two maps that we haven't seen played out today. And between Untitled as well as Todak, there's a lot of things that would technically make sense, right? Because with Expanding Rivers, the real question is how much can you punish your opponent, or if these teams are especially equal in terms of raw fighting power and trade one-for-ones every single time, then the game technically drags on.
I do think that with the changes, especially on maps like Expanding River, in general, the game is going to get quicker. because it does facilitate a lot of early game rotations and allows you to snowball leads a lot more effectively. For this reason as well, I do think that the chaotic situation of a lot of the maps benefits a team like Untitled. The same way that I feel like Expanding Rivers was a really good Vamos map, I feel like a lot of the new maps actually work well for Untitled's general playstyle. While in the first place, I'm still struggling to find out what Todak's playstyle actually is.
That's the thing. We're still questioning what is the Todak identity just yet. And who is the main shot caller? Is it Dreams? Is it Zion? We still don't know. We don't have a direct answer to it just yet, and hopefully today we might get to see that. Now, we also got a player quote coming in from Siska. Against Todak, I hope we are getting the Flying Clouds map and not Dangerous Grass. I'm with Siska. I think Dangerous Grass is dog water. I hate it.
I do think that Dangerous Grass probably has the most impact on the game out of any of the maps. You know? The walls are a little broken, you get new paths. It's not too big a deal. The river is faster, you just rotate more, it's a bit more early game. That's fine. The clouds actually don't end up doing that much unless you're like pushing into the base. But the grass.
Man, that grass.
Oh, that... I can't believe they put grass behind the turtle pit.
Look, I know gamers made fun of. They don't touch grass, but I don't think this is the answer. I remember
too much grass.
This is too much grass. Way too much. When I initially saw expanded grass, I thought, okay, sure, this is like whatever, right? This shouldn't be that big of a deal until you look at the locations of where the grass is, and you're like, why would you put it right in front of somebody's base? Was that necessary?
Yeah. Some of those grass spots are really something, but let's find out which map is actually going to be played in Game 1 between Untitled and Todak. The wheel is spinning, the gears are turning, it is Broken Walls. We get another new map for the first time.
Hell yeah, I'm into Broken Walls. I'm all for it. This is something that Untitled wanted to play. Oh, sorry, something that Todak wanted to try out, and I think now, ooh, okay, Fanny ban. We also see the Ishan Shim ban, a very big 180 from what we saw in game number 1. We see the Wanwan, the Fredrin, good ban here from NFR, but also getting rid of the Chip. Now, Chip did have a couple of changes in the current recent patch updates. Yes, he can mark minions now. Whoa.
I mean, it does give him a little more wave clear, which actually can add up over the course of the game. But they do specifically ban it because Untitled is the only team that still plays the Chip. They like to pair with the Masha. Ooh, first pick Harith as well as the Angela ban from Untitled.
Kind of crazy that they want to go for the Harith, but I think it becomes a little bit more understandable when you see the priority in terms of like, oh, hey, in professional play, Harith has just been doing phenomenally, some may say, in the laning phases. Afterwards, it gets a little bit harder depending on what team composition that you're facing off, but generally, just a good hero, especially if you are leaning more into attack damage than you are magic.
I also think this is the ultimate Lolil hero.
Is it? Really?
Yeah,
you don't like his Moskov? What about his Claude?
This we don't talk about his Claude.
What about his Ishin? Oh wait, it's banned. Don't worry about it.
But yeah, this is the hero I associate with Lolil. This is the hero that got him regular season MVP on his debut season 7. It is very risky the first pick, but if you're feeling particularly confident, then why not bring back the classic comfort?
With Todak already taking jabs at some of the key picks coming out from the side of Untitled. Untitled put up their hands to protect themselves, right? Zushin gets locked in. Granger as a very good follow-up. It just has to be very careful. Kalia is still in play. And I think this is where it's going to hurt the Granger, right? As soon as we see... Oh, we don't even get to see the Kalia. We get to see CC, another power pick that has been adjusted in the meta alongside the Farsa. Interesting choices here, because I would have imagined that Todak wanted to force Granger to take a Purify so that Harith can take Flicker and find a solo kill at level 4.
I think it's a bit risky to really bet it all on that, though. Right now, Untitled hasn't revealed their EXP or roam yet, so there's probably a good bit of crowd control that the Harith might have to worry about later on as well. But so far, both teams are leaning towards safer picks. Nothing too unusual yet outside that first pick, Haru.
Nothing too crazy, right? The Foxias haven't been touched either. Kalia still up in the air for anybody to pick off. But now that they do see the Farsa, now EXP comes into play. And so far, I think Todak not only has found a power pick in their side lanes, but at the same time, forces the question to Coach Theo, what do you think is more important? And so far, it's the Lapu.
Lapu going to make his appearance against CC right here. One of the heroes that can do okay in lane, but still not really a winning matchup. I was actually thinking that Untitled would want to keep their EXP a little longer because this could be a good situation to pull out like classics like the Siska Benedetta. But looks like they will go for the lap first just to make sure the EXP lane isn't too heavily banned.
Yeah, Lapu's good. Lapu's good. It's just the laning phase can get a little rough, a little rough, especially if you lose control at level 1 against the CC. Kalia finally getting banned out, thank God. God bless you, Coach Theo. Now NFR has to decide what the follow-ups are going to be. Because at this point, now that Wan is gone and we look at the composition from Untitled's side, the only things that they're missing, their roamer, currently, big question mark. We know they're gold laner, so no double fighter scenario. Missing jungler as well.
Todak is particularly concerned about tank a jungle than getting rid of Baxia. Would make sense here since they already banned the Fredrin, would very much limit Keeman into more assassin style. But instead they will ban the Hayabusa.
Very nice, very nice. Again, it's just showing that Todak is leaning into their strategy. We're playing around Loliels, whether you like it or not. You're not going to assassinate him that easily. So now comes into play what is a 2 birds, 1 stone moment for Untitled. That's the pick that they're looking for. But first of all, player fun fact. Siska has only been in the Rubik's into the Rubik's Cube hobby for 1 day, but he can already be able to solve it in 1 minute.
I'm
Can
sorry,
he solve
are
it
you for
even
real?
faster in the near future? 1 minute? How did he memorize the steps?
Way to make the rest of us feel inferior. Okay,
Thanks
for that fun fact.
I'm sure you got all A's in both SPM and O levels just for the fun of it.
Yeah, it's not like he also got the Rookie of the Season or anything like that.
Yeah.
Right?
What's next? 2 degrees and 2 masters while you're at it?
May as well pick up a PhD.
Yeah. God. Maybe 2. Dang, it's so true. He probably could if he tried hard enough. I'll be real.
I mean, anyone can if they try, right?
No. I think a master's. I think anybody can try. But for a PhD, you have to come up with 2 theses of discovering something.
Oh, you're not wrong.
I don't
You're
think
not
that's
wrong.
anybody can do that.
Yeah, there's a reason we didn't.
Look, I dropped out of the 2 degrees. I tried. I dropped out of it real quick. All right, let's get back into the draft because now we see that the Baxia gets banned out, the Kalia as expected, but they also got rid of the Lancelot. Really good options for the side of Untitled. I swear to God, I hope that they lock in Grok or Gathot right now.
Grok or Gathot would be really good. Either way. Doesn't sound. Oh,
When? Wow.
Guinevere jungle. I mean, that's not bad.
I mean, it could be Guinevere jungle, Guinevere roam, one or the other. This is a interesting flex pick coming out from Coach Theo, but at the right time, especially on R4, Red 4, for those who don't know the terminology, the nomenclature of it. Guinevere is interesting, right? Because now you have a means to maybe force Harith to take a Purify rather than the Flicker. I still think he will take the Flicker knowing that it's Loliels, but it does put a lot of pressure on Zyme Senpai. You Feathered Airstrike, you gotta be careful.
And we do also have to remember, Guinevere was buffed not too long before this patch.
You're right.
She is able to get her ultimate true passive stacks a lot more easily now, since they've reduced the total cost of stacks to get the empowered auto attack in the first place.
Yeah, the super magic. Yes, that's totally correct. That's totally correct. I think that there is an argument that it could be for Rome, but
whoa!
Wow! Martis into Gathot. The counter pick upon counter picks.
Martis is actually a really good counter pick here, since the anti-CC will allow you to avoid that Violet Requiem as long as played correctly. I can't remember if Zayat has played Martis before. Has he? Can you remember?
Yes, he has. He has. Grok finally gets locked in here. I'm trying to remember what season. Was it season 11 or season 12 that he was able to play it? Because it was the meta of you either play the Martis or like the Nolan, if I remember correctly.
I think so, yeah.
That was way back in the day. But I'm loving the draft so far, and it looks like it's going to be Guinevere in the jungle, Grok as their natural support. I like this a lot because the mid lane matchup significantly becomes harder for Gathot. He will take a brass tax when he tries to one-shot the wave.
But I do still think that Toad actually clear mid lane slightly faster.
They do.
And when you combine Martis and Farsa together along with CC, there's a lot more early game control for Toda.
That's true, but this depends. Does Grok go for the wall or does he go for the mighty swing? If he goes for the wall, he can actually manipulate the waves to keep it closer to their turrets at level 1 to try and gain control and start that tax. With that being said, it's time to head on over into the Land of Dawn to get this second game on the road. Once again, welcome everybody from watching around the world and within Malaysia. Thank you for tuning into the English broadcast of the MPL MY Season 16. Let's get right into it. Torak on the blue side, facing up against third place finishers, runner-ups here at the MPL MY. Newcomers last season, Untitled.
The Swordfish is eager to reclaim lost glory, rebuild a new legacy. But will this be an Untitled story after all? It did look like Rasi got the wall first. We saw that during the flyover of the Land of Dawn. Already a bit of an interaction around the first Litho. We can see Zaim Senpo is going to do a lot of damage at level 2, but it looks like the Litho was stolen by Kimin.
Unfortunate for Zayed. He thought Zaim also landed the stun onto the Litho Wanderer, miscalculated the amount of damage he did onto the Litho Wanderer. Now, looking at the emblems, Brave Smite, Impure Rage, Concussive. Okay, nothing out of the ordinary. 2 Wilderness Blessings compared to 1 Wilderness Blessing. No Wilderness for the side of Dreams. He prefers Tenacity.
I think what's also interesting is that Kimin has gone for Impure Rage. So the question is this going to be a damage jungle Guinevere or more of a bruiser style?
I think it's gotta be bruiser style, right? I feel like this is the Brute Force Breastplate sort of build. Brute Force Breastplate. I'm not sure whether this first item rush. It's been a while since I've seen a Guinevere in the meta. For now, let's see how they play this out. Because Untitled Dreams, he's got to be careful, right? His life total, as much as we say life is a resource, his life total is actually so important because it predetermines whether they have mid-prio or not.
Yeah, Dream's gonna need to create space. Zaim naturally is able to clear lane quite fast, and then the Farsa is gonna contribute a lot of early damage, which is needed for this Martis. So Dream sets a lot of that up. Rasi already chunking out Zayed. Before Turtle even starts, Kimin gonna avoid the Unbreakable with a nicely timed Violet Requiem. That's a free first objective for Untitled. Revitalize gonna be used. Dreams knocked against the wall. Feathered Airstrike doing a lot of damage, but Kimin secures the first blood, picking off Dreams. Unfortunately, Rasi gonna be sacrificed in exchange.
Beautiful stuff. Rasi didn't even bother using his Flicker, knowing that he was going to die. He'd rather trade his life as they are punching upwards, trading up against people like Dreams. But the assists that have been distributing, especially for Kimin, kind of evens it all out at the end. Regardless, Untitled walking away with 300 gold in the back pocket alongside with the Turtle, which is always good for a team who wants to play ahead.
Zaya definitely underestimated the poke damage from Rasi there. Lost half his HP, walking out of the bush as a Martis, by the way. He should be able to avoid those. And then Kimin using his ult to avoid the taunt from Dreams as well. We can see why Untitled is catching everyone's eye this season.
Storm going to be chunked out for at least 1/3 of his HP. Even the Lethal Ignition not going to bring him lower than that. For now, Rasi, he knows that the mid lane is not to be worried about. He needs to make sure that SkyZ, which is most likely where Martis is going to end up, because they know that he started on that purple buff and waited for the Litho Wanderer. Now keep in mind, as much as Grok has been changed, I think some of his changes are for the better. The only thing is, how exactly do you just time the cancels? I can't do it. I'll be dead honest. I cannot cancel CC for anything. I just can't react to it.
I just don't think about doing it.
You just press buttons and if it happens,
it happens.
That's just the way to play, right? That's just the way to play. Now, both sides contesting for the river so far, but mid-prio is so important, and if Torak can zone out Stoem as alongside Rasi, they will get first move.
Wings by Wings already used quite early on. Lolil is in the mid lane. Gonna be forced to go back down since SkyZ was able to clear up the wave. That means that SkyZ can actually join this turtle take, and Lolil will be a little slower.
Not sure why Lolils didn't bother to try and go for the initial bot side push, but there's no control here at all. This turtle should fall into their hands easily.
You just straight up cannot contest this as Todak. Dreams could have maybe ulted in, but already ate so much damage before the fight even started. And Zayed is still trying to clear that purple. Untitled in complete control over the map.
Yep, Kimin already purchased his Brute Force Breastplate. First item as well. Zayed forced to use his Retribution early on, especially with the threat of Rasi potentially stealing it away, knowing that he still has his Tectonic ult ready to go. Oh no, wait, hold on.
Dreams might have to ult out of this here. The Tectonic charges come out. Here comes Violet Requiem, not going to be used. Revitalize, as well as Feathered Airstrike, allows Dreams to get away.
That was on Rasi. Rasi should have held his ult a little bit later. It ended up knocking up upon lifting up from the Lantern Flare. If he waited just a couple of seconds later, he probably would have guaranteed the kill. Either way, it's still plenty of pressure and honestly necessary pressure, knowing that Dreams doesn't have that Revitalize. He's not going to be as tanky, and SkyZ, this poke is relevant.
Fortunately, since Dreams is the only way they have to open up the map as well, and Storm is making it hard for him to do so, Todak just cannot really extend control over the river. And we're already looking at a 1.5k gold lead at the 5-minute mark.
Yep, Keeman already a level up on Zayed at this point of time, right? Zayed is looking for any means to interact with his opponents because that's what Martis wants to do, right? Martis just wants to get involved, start the snowball early, and then invade the jungle. Without that lead, it's just so hard to do. Now with the War Axe finally finished from Fondir's side, that might be an opening for Zayed to play through his lane.
Fondir definitely needed to win out lane a little more notably. This CC would have made a big difference in securing fights for Todak, but this guy actually slightly ahead in EXP, so you can see the Lapu working out quite well. Dreams once again.
Oh my god!
That was a mistake from SkyZ actually. He had to use Flicker.
Yep, he had to use Flicker there. That was not intentional. He did not want to Rondo in that direction. But with the next turtle up, this is the third turtle. And now Todak, the onus is kind of on them. They can still sacrifice his turtle if necessary, but Zayed, he needs some money.
Here comes the Conceal, instantly cancelled with the Earthen Rampart. Landshaker lands on 2, into the beautiful Tectonic Charge, Violent Requiem combo. Zamanforth comes out, Lolil going for the backline, Untitled dropping very, very low. Keemin and Rossi going to be sacrificed, but they find Tree in exchange.
Beautiful stuff. Zyme Senpai unable to participate in that fight whatsoever. Storm keeping him in check. The Feathered Edge Strike cancel out early as well. Lolios, he could have gotten triple of his own had he had a little bit of help.
Unfortunately, Todak not quite ready to truly follow up on that. While Rossi and Keeman did go down because they were stacked up, as we can see in the instant replay, a lot of resources were already spent beforehand. So Todak could not maximize damage.
What a beautiful play that was. A great stun by Siska. Everybody looked at each other and they knew exactly what to do. Storm pulled his target into the Violent Requiem, into the Magic Thump, and now Rossi in trouble.
1v4 has to use the Tectonic Charge defensively. Here comes the AOG. In the meantime, front line, Keemin gonna be picked off with the Zamanforth. Siska now 1v4. But Dreams also falls. That's a Sky Piercer stack for SkyZ. Siska gonna be pulled back with the Mortal Coil. And that's another body down. Todak currently up on top 4v3.
And now they go for the reset here. Todak, they're punching above their weight right now despite 1.9k behind their opponents. With Keeman gone, it allows Zayed to catch back up to level 10. I do think he needs a reset. Currently, it's really, really difficult to turtle dance, especially in broken walls. As you can see, the pit has been split into 2.
Yeah, it's a bit too difficult to hold the objective unless you guarantee control over most of the river area. So far, though, I do feel like Untitled has been trading more bodies than they need to. I think Heeman has been going a little too over-aggressive. Looking at items as well, it does seem to be the Brute Force build for Guinevere.
Yep. Brute Force looks like he's going to go into Genius Wand next. Could opt elsewhere, but we'll see for now. Glowing Wand already complete from Stone on top of the Gleaming Gem. 2 items completed by SkyZ. Did I ever tell you that I played a game with SkyZ?
Oh, really?
Thanks to Wadeen. And he didn't tell me. He was just using an alternate account. And I was like, man, this Wand-Wand's kind of cracked. His Granger's kind of cracked. Who is this guy?
And then after the game, he tells you, oh, that was SkyZ.
And that was SkyZ. And I was just like, oh. Why didn't you say that earlier, dude? I was just wondering, it's like, where'd you find this random who's absolutely demolishing these poor public kids? Oh, wait, hold on.
They're trying to engage. Zamanforth comes out. Storm has to use the ultimate. AOG comes in. He uses the flicker to escape. Nice disengage from Entitled. They'll see if they want to turn this around. Conceal going to be used. Zayed in the bush right now. A little bit far forward. The wall comes up, pushes him back. Earthen Rampart locking him down. Violent Requiem cancelled. Keeman gonna need to back off from there.
Good stuff. Great play coming in from Loliel's side. Was able to dash around so fast that it didn't really give Untitled much time to think about, can I land the CC? Forcing out the flicker from Stoem. This gives an opportunity for Dreams to maybe catch him if we do see the Lantern Flare come out sooner than necessary. Ooh, Brute Force coming in from Siska as well. How far ahead is Siska? I'm pretty sure he's only 1 item in, right?
They seem to be going for a very aggressive style, which is certainly in line with Untitled's preference of scrappy team fighting. So far though, I think Todak actually doing a pretty good job with their positioning. The net worth lead still only about 3k as we enter 10 minutes into the game.
Trying to zone them out at this point of time, but as you can see, Kimin still trying to get that level lead and maintain it over Todak's side. The longer that Untitled just sit here and see Todak doing nothing, the better it is for them, actually. Conceal, coming up for the side of Dreams. Not going to find much here as Todak don't have much of an answer. They don't see Kimin at all. They don't know where SkyZ is. Well, now he shows up down by bot side, probably will now.
Sonic charge used defensively. Very important cooldown that Untitled will not have now.
Yeah, but now more reason for Untitled not to actually contest this Lord. Oh, that's an interesting interaction now that the back wall is missing. We'll see how this plays out because Zayed, unfortunately, with the Lord changes, will not be able to hold this by himself.
So far, good zoning from Todak, but the broken wall. Oh, on. Here comes the Violet Requiem onto the Gatot. Revitalized, though. Dreams doesn't take all that much damage. Here comes another Tectonic Charge. Dreams will eventually fall. Killing Spray. A beautiful flicker. Landshaker onto Simon Force. This guy secures the kill. Loleo going way too far. The Simon Force gets knocked out once again. It's a double kill for SkyZ, and they're not letting Fondia go either. Like a deer in the headlights, he gets shot right between the eyes. It's a triple kill for SkyZ.
What was that? What was that? Oh, man. So far, Untitled has just got Todak beat when it comes down to raw macro. The wasted time, they allowed Rasi to get his ult back up. They got Kimin the level lead that he needed to give him the guarantee. And let's look at the instant replay one more time. Because Kimin, initially, what in the world is Dreams doing there, right? He still has his ult available, but knows that Rasi is eventually going to get his Tectonic Charge. I think he assumed that the Tectonic Charge was still on cooldown.
I think that's exactly what they were expecting. The Tectonic Charge actually has a lower cooldown than a lot of people might expect, and I'm not sure Todak were prepared for that. It actually wasn't too bad a start because Violet Requiem wasted on Dreams is actually good, but Todak overcommitted once they saw it happen.
Yeah, they had no means to disengage almost straight away after, right? And then Loliels needed more space to play, especially once the Simon Force is out. He needs options.
Mid inhibitor falls so fast, and we can see the damage from Untitled building up. This is a 9k net worth lead, a far cry from what it was before, and the Lord is on the crystal. Todak, they're taking a long time to deal with this. Even the Feathered Airstrike has to be used just to zone Untitled out, and SkyZ is already whittling down the bottom inhibitor. It's nearly dead, actually. Tectonic Charge comes out, forces the Purify from Lolil. Summon Force used defensively as well. AOG also going to be used to back off. Here comes the Violet Requiem. They found Zion. Monster kill for SkyZ. Untitled not letting Todak go, not giving them a chance to breathe. All 5 members still healthy in the base. Another knockup onto Lolil. Kimin goes down. They will finally lose 1 member, but the crystal is still open. The minions are streaking in. Siska on top of the crystal loses his life, but it's 1 hit. SkyZ, you just need to hit it 1 time, but he's looking for the kills. It's a double. Untitled are flexing on Todak.
They are. Untitled so far at the end of this game. SkyZ, perfect score, max stacks on that Sky Piercer. 100% confidence in his ability, even after making a mechanical blunder, which costed him his flicker early on. He was not shaken.
Actually insane gameplay at the end there from Untitled. The game looked pretty close leading up to that point. Todak was actually holding their position pretty well, but just 1 or 2 mistakes was all it took.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here, because so far, in terms of raw vision, I gotta give it Untitled. There was no means of escaping just being tracked as Zayed as the jungler, right? They knew exactly where your pathing was going to end up. They were matching the potential pressure with their own form of resistance. I think there needs to be better communication with some of the side lanes to kind of set these ganks up, right? How else are you supposed to bypass it?
I do feel like Todak was not really taking advantage of their early game as much as they could have. We already talked about this when the draft completed. They have a lot of heroes that allow them to take control of the river in the first few minutes, that let them burst people down and snowball off of kills. And we didn't really see them making an effort to do that.
Well, I mean, we met with a lot of resistance because there's no way they can do it through mid side, right? Every single time, either Rasi or even Storm are checking separate bushes, right? They're making sure that the jungle path is always away from their side. And once they know it's safe, it's about trying to shove out that wave as soon as possible and tax their opponent's life totals. And I think that's where Rasi's experience comes into play. Because every time we see that Rasi bothers to leave the lane to put it into a 1v1 between Storm alongside Zaim Senpai, Storm is doing a much better job. And this is prior to level 4.
Yeah, I think Storm was doing an incredible job that game, actually. I think he was disabling Dreams by himself, basically, the entire game. But the MVP of the game, once again, goes on over to Sky Z. The sniper of Untitled himself, racking up those kills this entire season at this point.
He's racking them up, and he's racking them up fast. With a perfect game and a KDA of 8-0-2, he just manages to get past the threshold for the maximum cap of Skypiercer's stacks. 83 kill participation, 4,529. However, no 900 GPM, unfortunately.
Not quite, but I think SkyZ is still perfectly happy with the results of this one. Very, very much a flex at the end there, when they could have ended the game multiple times over and just decided, nah, I'm just gonna do my own thing.
Hey, Skypiercer difference, right? No energy, no problem. One auto attack on Lolios, instantly procced it. That's how crazy it was. Despite, well, to be fair, Lolios was dashing around pretty crazily. There was no way he was gonna land the skill shot in the first place. Even so, just really good ideas, right? I like how Todak approached the draft. The second phase is what I'm questioning here. Could there be a change in that second phase that could have made the difference for them?
I like the Martis idea. It's a bit difficult to execute, but it could have worked. I think my issue is mostly with the Gatot, because you are picking that into the Zusin, which he's going to have a hard time with. And we saw how hard a time he was having against Rasi as well, so Dreams was basically disabled for most of the game. I think they picked the Gatot to deny it.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. Now, here's my argument. Make believe world. We're in a multiverse.
All right.
Different world. You get one or the other because we only saw in the second phase that Kalia got banned. So you either get Kalia or Gatot within first phase pick. Which would you switch out for?
The Harith.
The Harith. So you'd switch out Harith for Kalia first pick.
Yeah.
Really? Interesting. Because I feel like they got away with so much that they could have gone with Blue 2, Blue 3, go straight into Kalia Farsa.
Yeah, the thing is, I'm fine with Farsa. I'm actually okay with CC. It's a safe EXP lane pick. So I would trade the Harith if you wanted a Kalia. It's not very likely that they're going to hard prioritize banning it.
I think that's fair. I think that is fair, and I think that could have changed a lot of things, but changed too much because I want to keep the core of Todak. If they want to play around Loliels, how would I make that happen? And I think a Kalia Farsa makes a lot of sense. I think that the CC could have been a bit of a question mark for me as to Fondir's overall performance. He wasn't winning as hard as he wanted to in lane, but sometimes that happens. Okay, fine, fair. But if we got rid of the Gatot and turned it into a Kalia, I think they would have a near perfect comp.
Got rid of the... Yeah, I would be okay with that, actually. It would definitely look a lot better, because Dreams just basically wasn't allowed to play the game.
Yeah, he was there just to clear waves and pay tax. Just every single time, had to pay the toll, the Storm toll, every time.
It's a rough situation, but hopefully Todak will learn something from this one, because Untitled definitely taking a lot of the spots on the board right now. Rich Guy going to Sky Z, nearly 900 GPM. Also the carry, having basically free reign to poke from behind on this Granger. As we expected, Dreams going to be the sandbag, basically eating all of the damage and not being allowed to play MLBB. And then Storm as the best wingman.
Yep, Storm, of course. Even though he comes back to his main role, he's still the best wingman somehow. Give him the Man of Farsa every once in a while, then you'll see him go into the carry position. But I think his Zushin was good. He knew exactly what he wanted to do. And most people, when they say, quote-unquote, utility Zushin, all they mean is peel Zushin. That is a utility Zushin every single time. Notice the positioning of Storm, right? He wants to keep people in check and he wants to respect the space.
I think Storm's positioning is so clean. A lot of Zusin players can learn from just watching how Storm places himself in the team fights here.
And then watch this. He picks him up, throws him into the Violent Requiem. Oh, so good. Everything that could have went right for Untitled, beautifully done.
It still wasn't a perfect fight, but it was so well played as well. And then this was the big mistake, right? Dreams ulted super far back. Oh wait, no, this is an earlier fight. Ulted super far back, tried to split the fight in half, and he did! It's the whole reason they were able to get 2 kills, but what next, right?
I agree. I agree with the what next. Because again, I don't know, it's a really awkward position to play from, right? Keep in mind that this side of the map is really constricting compared to playing it in the traditional river with the pixel brush. Because here on this side of the map, right, in terms of wall access, Grok has 3 major points. Either his own tri-brush, the enemy's entrance, 2 entrances that he can look for a tectonic charge. But more importantly, it makes Dreams' life difficult because there is no way to guarantee a choke point with the AOG.
Yeah, it's actually very interesting to see because we were earlier talking about like, okay, what is the biggest impact? Like which maps are going to affect gameplay the most? And we kind of discounted Broken Wall at first, but now that you recall that the Lord and Turtle Pits are literally open on 2 sides, it changes the entire game. Because we were seeing the Lord dance happening behind it rather than in front of it.
Yes, the tug of war is really interesting. And I think that this can be taken advantage of, right? Because now it's a game of ring around the rosy. As soon as I start pulling it to my side, you want to start pushing in and try to go for a flank, we just have to respond the opposite way and just keep the circle going.
It's important to be able to identify which part of the river your team is better at controlling the Lord.
Exactly.
Try to lean it in that direction.
Yes, yes. Fundamentals. It's tough because now fundamentals are kind of changing at this point with the help of these new maps, but oof, it is tough. Now, guys, a quick shout out because if you want to enjoy these matches live here in Dewan Sri Putra, to fill up these seats and enjoy our beautiful stadium, then maybe consider checking out Untitled and their schedule and buy some of their tickets for their games. Now, 19th and 20th is available right now. Don't worry, 13th is already passed. Nothing to worry about, but the 28th, it's selling out very, very quickly. Untitled versus Vamos, a hot topic. Don't worry, the October ones will open up at a later date. We will announce it when the time comes.
Those are going to be matches happening in the second half of the season between weeks 4 and 6. And I personally have my eye on that very last one right there on October 19th, Untitled versus SRGOG.
I'm pretty sure those tickets are going to be selling very, very fast as well. So again, plan ahead, guys. Scan those QR codes and stay up to date with MLBB, MPL, MY, specifically social media, so you get the first dibs on these tickets and the announcements sooner rather than later. Either ways, as much as we've talked about the changes to the maps, I think that right now, drafts are looking kind of good. Coach Theo is doing an amazing job, especially up against Todak. Now, here are the Todak lineup. You can buy their tickets right here. Check it out. Oh, wow. The 20th is already sold out. I thought it was still available. I was wrong.
Well, it is their match against SRGOG. So once again, any SRG fans, any Todak fans out there, unfortunately, you were not going to be able to make that match if you haven't already grabbed it. But there are several other matches whose tickets are still available and whose tickets will be coming soon in the future. So make sure you guys grab that while you still have the chance.
Don't miss out on the opportunities while they're still available, right? Tickets, some of these tickets are going to be selling fast. Others are going to be unavailable very, very quickly. So get onto it right now and plan ahead of time because maybe you're bringing more people and you need to buy more tickets.
Yeah, I mean, you do need a ticket for every person, just in case you're not aware. You know, it's not one size fits all kind of situation. Just like right now, it's no longer a one-size-fits-all meta, right? There's so many things to consider, how the maps are going to affect the game, which heroes you need for which portion of the game as well. And going into game number 2, Todak's going to need to figure all of that out.
With week 2, day 1, potentially coming to an end of its second best of 3, you still have one map that hasn't been touched just yet. You're still missing Dangerous Grass. Now, before we get into the game, we got a quote coming in from Siska himself. The new maps are tough for everyone. Dangerous Grass forces us to play cautiously. The easiest might be Flying Clouds since it's easier to rotate the lanes. I'd like to see MV or SRG play first so we can learn from them.
Well, unfortunately, the scheduling didn't quite work out in that favor because you guys are actually playing first, so maybe they'll be learning from you instead.
Interesting. I wonder when Siska's mentality is going to turn from I'm a follow the textbook, I'm a, go the traditional route of government school, foundation, university, get 2 degrees, get a master's, and then a PhD. Maybe start innovating, right? There is a, I don't know, maybe it's psychopathic of me to think, right? But some people are just built to think differently and more innovatively compared to those who are really good at repetitions.
Yeah, I'm the latter, unfortunately. So, but I actually think Siska's kind of innovative, right? Because he brought Masha EXP back. Masha EXP, Benedetta EXP. He is playing like so good in different situations.
Yeah,
but let's see what situation this game is going to be.
Broken walls again! Wow. Okay, unlucky on the RNG. Nobody likes dangerous grass. God.
We don't like dangerous gas either.
Both of which terrible. Now that I think about it, both are awful. Maybe you know what would have been funny if the. I've always thought of the skit of the writers' room at Unton.
Okay.
How do they come up with these ideas? How do they come up with these names? And first pitch, instead of dangerous grass, the prototype was dangerous gas.
I mean, if you eat a lot of grass, then you produce dangerous gas.
What are you, cows? What is it, just methane? Just in the air?
Yeah.
It's just, in that high concentration,
whoa, hold on. Dropping. That's an Angela first pick for Untitled on blue side.
Interesting. Coach Dio is cooking up something because Angela has been changed. Her reduced cooldown on her ult to use it more often, but they reduced the size of that shield. But they did increase the scaling, so builds do eventually matter. In terms of bans, NFR, still, I don't like this. I don't like it when teams are like, oh, I know exactly what I want to ban, and I'm not going to change it from blue side to red side. It's like, what? It's 2 completely separate sides. Like, clearly it's different.
I mean, I can understand why, because, like, for the chip especially, it's a very difficult hero to handle, and then you have to get rid of 1-1 on the red side. But
the Fredrin, instead of, like,
yeah,
up on the Like, they could have let the Fredrin through and then eventually go into Jushin if they wanted to. It's not like there isn't counterplay, and if you were going to get Baxia anyways, in this case, then the Kimmy is kind of, like, obsolete in that case.
Well, I do like that they go Baxia at least, though, because you cannot give Untitled Angela Baxia. You are just asking to lose the game at that point.
Fair. The Uranus ban from the side of Coach Theo. Again, I'm just like, why? Why is it necessary? What are we worried about here from Uranus?
Uranus is a strong EXP cheese pick. Like, he doesn't contribute too much in team fights, but if he wins lane hard, we've already seen what a snowball Uranus can do.
I think we've had enough like seasons of MPL SG, like 1 to 5 to remember.
Yeah, I don't really like it that much either.
it was a bad time to be playing
EXP. They do go CC Joy, which are both heroes that pair well with Hard Guard, but then the Franco comes out for Toda, which is one way of answering an Angela pick.
I think it's a very good answer, in a matter of fact, because anybody who gets Heart Guarded is going to get Bloody Hunted. And then you get a free 2-for-1, right? It's all fun and games until you get suppressed. And then that's when the racial slurs start coming out. That's when people get real feisty.
There is also the Traction Hook combo, previously pioneered by Homeboys last season.
That's true. Well, I mean, hopefully it went better than today's first VO3. It's got to be cleaner. It really has to be cleaner. There's got to be some good communication. And I think this will be a true test between Zyme Senpai and Dreams' natural synergy. Maybe we've been looking at it all wrong.
But, like, what other way is there to look at it?
That they're best friends to the point where they're too nice to each other.
As far as I'll go.
Yeah. Nobody wants to go through the door. They're like, no, you go first, sir.
They're like, after you, the Gathot says to the Parsa.
Oh, how kind of you, Mr. Dreams. Now, the Granger does get banned here. Very necessary. I think that Toda has now kind of skewed a lot of their bans down towards SkyZ's lane. Trying to make sure that he doesn't have any optimal picks. Beatrix banned out as well.
It is also a good Franco combo. But it makes you wonder what Untitled is intending on putting in that goal lane. It could be another good Angela combo. My mind would instantly think of Iritel.
I think Todak is going to ban out Harith. They're going to ban out Harith. And then they're looking to lock in Moskov, ideally. I think whoever has Moskov is in a pretty good position this game. Whether it be, well, a little less for Untitled side, more so for Todak.
It's too bad Obsidia is banned. I feel like this would actually be not a bad game for her, but
would it be? Because there's so many interactions that you wouldn't know how it would work. Like, let's say you Bloody Hunt her while she's on the...
No, I mean like on the Todak side.
Oh, on the Todak side? Oh, that would be fine. Yeah. Oh wait, now that I think about it, can she still... Would the circle be smaller if you're curtain called to somebody as you spin around? Or would you not be able to spin? Would you drag the other guy around with you?
Huh.
I don't even know how that works.
Wait, that's a really good question.
There's too many interactions
We have
that we're
to
not
test that.
sure.
Like, do you end up like orbiting them like the moon?
Yeah, or is the circle like smaller based on the positioning of the other guy you're curtain called to? Or do you just drag the other guy along with you? I don't think that should be the case because mobility spells, they kind of yoink you back.
Yeah, I think what happens is that if Obsidia is curtain called to someone while she's ulting someone else, she can't dash away because she's still locked in. That would make sense to me.
That would make a lot more sense. But then what if she's like spinning around and she gets bloody hunted? Would the auto attack still go? Would she still be spinning?
I think she would probably stop. Because it's not really a spin in the spin sense. It's like, it's a dash that ends up orbiting.
Is it a dash that ends up orbiting?
Yeah, I think so.
Because I don't know if they use the same code as steel cables. They've updated it, and
I think it's more of the same code as Circling Eagle.
You're right. You're right, actually. Okay, fair enough. I'll give you that one. Let's jump back into the draft because Harith, as mentioned before, was banned out. They went into the carry. Why?
And then we come out with the glue and the Irritel. Yup, all good Angela combos. This is how you would usually want to draft when you have an Angela on your side.
Dude, I don't get it. Why don't you want to play Moskov here? What's wrong with Moskov? What you saw the first 3 non-tanks and you're like, yes, carry is the answer.
I don't think it's terrible, actually. I actually don't, because like Angela kind of turns people into tanks. So you benefit from it a bit more, and you don't have to aim against Joy.
Sure, but your dash is shorter compared to Moskov, so getting away from a hard guard is already going to be pretty difficult. Moskov has natural peel in case somebody does eventually have use of the hard guard, and they go for Ruby instead of just going straight for Esme here. Okay. Sure, I guess the Ruby makes a lot more sense because you want the added bit of utility rather than just peeling off the shields, but both of which would have been totally fine. I thought it was an Esme for sure for Fondir, but okay, I'm down for Ruby.
Esme would be good into Joy and Angela, but maybe a little less good against CC, and they want to at least make sure they don't completely lose out the lane, and then Ruby will provide you extra CC and heals quite a lot from glue as well, so
yeah,
I can see it.
Hey, it's just picking 2 options and really just walking down that road, right? Again, plus and minuses all across the board, but generally speaking, I think Todak actually has a decent side of the draft besides that carry. I think if we're going like per lane, overall, I think Untitled have a couple of advantages, but the team fight is really where it's going to break down and where hell is going to break loose between both of our squads here as we go in to the Land of Dawn. Todak, fortunately, facing off against Untitled at match point.
The walls are broken once again, which means it is open season for both of these teams. Only one will be able to come out on top. Will Untitled secure their second ever clean sweep in MPL history. Oh wait, no, that's
his orange.
Stealing.
Yeah, he's stealing
Zion's stealing.
I was wondering why Zion wasn't immediately hitting the buff. It's like, where is he? And he showed up on the enemy's orange buff side. A successful steal, knowing that level 1 is in their favor. Guess what? It's Angela mid lane with glue as support.
That is so well played. Good job, Zion. Actually, an excellent call. That is going to give them advantage over the early game for a while. They still lose the Litho though.
Yeah, they still lose the Litho. That's kind of whatever. Litho EXP compared to a full buff EXP, big difference. But generally, this is good foresight coming in from Todak. Zion Simpoy and as well as Dreams understood that Rasi literally cannot do anything to affect this lane, and Stoam just has to give the discount on the mid lane tax. Now we look at the emblems here. Bloody on. Oh no, Dreams is in trouble.
He's walked a little too far forward, surrounded by 4 people. First blood to Kimin. That makes up a little for the stolen buff.
Why didn't he flicker? I don't understand. Did he recognize that he couldn't get out of it fast enough? He could have flickered upwards and then walked up to the top side towards Fondir. I don't know. Dreams has been getting caught up in some pretty awkward spots. Rapid boots, purchased by him, gets back into the fight.
Oh, Zayed's still going to be a full level ahead right now. Iron.
What was that?
Did that pull a goo?
Did that pull a goo? All right, it's time. Prod, pull up the instant replay. This is real good time.
Where did that hook go?
Where it disappeared into existence.
Did that pull a tiny goo? Is that how it works?
I don't think it's supposed to work that way, I'll be honest with you.
Well, for now, they're controlling the turtle. Todak going to be able to take it for free since Zayed definitely has a level lead. Hard guard comes out, gonna get pulled in with the Eye of Bandit. Curtain call, locks Fondir and Zayed together. They find the kill on Ruby.
These responses coming in from Todak are kind of slow. I would have expected Zyme to instantly, quickly throw out that traction beam or something. At least throw his the Sardarlium at him, just to slow him down. Surprised that it ended up this way. Fondir ended up dying for pretty much nothing at this point. And Siska, he's not really winning the lane, but he's doing, like, I don't want to say he's breaking even. If there was a henge, he's looking literally right at the top of it. But SkyZ now right on top of Loliel is really good play.
Hard guard comes out on Rasi. Looks like they were planning to maybe dive tower, but they weren't able to find the catch they wanted. Now Zayed comes in, rolls, connects with the glue. Iron Hook misses when he was slowed by a Baxia, by the way.
It's that Rasi movement. You don't know. You just don't know. Rasi's living in Dreams' head right now.
I never would have expected him to walk forward.
Nobody does. I think that's the worst. When you play in like high mythic and the guy just walks in a straight line or just stands still, that's when it pisses me off. It's like, darn, you're really in my head, sir. You're really in my... You figured it out.
Meanwhile, Rasi just not thinking. You never know, right?
Thoughts empty. Only good vibes.
You can only fall upwards.
2-0 so far. Almost getting to that 1,000, but Todak quickly back on with Zyme Senpai, helping Zayed to catch back up in terms of farm, actually finding a level lead of his own against Keemin at this point of time. Now, Keemin, he's been getting some good engages here with the help of Rasi, as well as Storm, which gives them a lot of confidence, right? But so far, Loliel still a level ahead. He has been winning out on these River Crabs against SkyZ.
So far, we can see Loliel does have the slight EXP lead, though that is probably because SkyZ was pulled over to participate in fights. Zayed now colliding with Rasi once again. Todak wants control over the Turtle Pit.
I'm gonna dance around it for a little bit, but we've seen this time and time again. Especially on the Broken Walls map, it gets hard. Keemin already getting his Genius Wand. Siska with a War Axe so early on. This is what you want to see, because now, wait, hold on. They've got Storm on the top side of the map to initially get the push and also get a little bit of extra gold. So this is why they didn't want to put the Angela on Rasi instead give it to Storm.
Rasi does get hooked in, going to get bursted down. Sky Piercer's that going over. Hard guard comes out on Keemin. He's chasing Fondir, not able to find this guy with Vengeance, not going to survive for long. Loliel pelting him down. They will find Zyme Senpai in exchange. Todak dropping really low. Storm with the flicker forward on the Angela. Gets the last hit and sets it up for SkyZ. Untitled. Playing clean.
Beautiful stuff coming out from Untitled. A great flicker coming in from Storm. Cross-map play, still participates, still secures the kill. Storm doing it all.
Those love waves actually hurt a lot more nowadays than you would expect, and we get to see an instant replay of that. Todak thought they were the ones in control.
Oh my God.
Flickers forward, the Angela. Right in your face!
Dude, that's actually so funny because Loliel's, if he didn't auto-attack the River Crab, he probably would have lived. The literal 0.2 seconds of him hitting a crab caused him to die.
Storm literally looking at him and saying, your greed disgusts me.
Spits in his face. You better watch yourself. Check yourself, boy. 3.9 to 3.2. What a huge swing of gold. From 900 down to 3.1k in favor of Untitled, and this gold lead is not going to go unchecked. First items have already come through. The only person keeping up to the task right now is currently Loliel's. Zayed hasn't even finished a full item, just components.
He is nearly 1,000 gold behind Keemin, and he stole his first buff, by the way. That's how this game started. And we're only 6 minutes in. It hasn't been that long.
It really hasn't. And Keemin, very greedy with the Genius Wand, but necessary considering the status of the game. With Fondir already on the push on the top side of the map, let's see where Untitled wants to attack next, because it feels like they just want to maintain pressure on this bot side, contest every wave, make sure that Loliel's wastes time walking back and forth.
So far, Todak still not really finding the angles they need to attack from. I'm still having some doubts about teams picking up this Franco. It's so dependent on whether you're able to actually start the fight the way you want. Now they want Simon Senpoi to flicker forward from Rasi. My goodness, look at that burst. But they did find the Iron Hook on Kimin in the mid lane. Lolil gets that kill.
All right, so good trade either way, right? Actually, a better trade technically for Todak's side.
Another hook onto Rasi. He gets 2-man stun. Todak do not want to fight that.
Hey, they popped the light wheel though. They got that out of the carry, so that's at least one cooldown they don't have to worry about for the time being. This is very doable for Untitled.
Another hard guard on Siska. Turtle dropping low. Wow. Stone gets the last hit. Zayed a bit too late to the party. Flicker forward from Fondir. Doing some good damage, but it's not quite enough. It's 3v3. It's technically 2v2. Okay, there's a lot of riding happening on Untitled right now. They're still going for it. The flicker forward from Stone just to get into a better angle to escape. And Untitled will disengage.
All right, thank God that Iron Hook was at least in the right direction. Wow, that was the most nothing fight I've ever seen. Zayed unkillable. Siska with an Angela Heart Guard unkillable. They just sat there eating shots.
I think it's funny that Rasi saw Stone riding Siska and is like, I want to do that too.
Me too, me too. Let me get in on this, big bro.
Oh, Kimin in some trouble. Gets the Heart Guard out. Dreams already used the Winter Crown. Here comes Rasi. Do they want to die for this?
Do the
Looks
thing.
like they will. Conceal gonna be used for Rasi. They'll just go for the tower instead.
No, they're gonna back away for the time being. And Simon Senpoi has really been struggling to get in on these fights. Every single time he's been remotely charged up. He has been jumped on pretty often by Siska, and let me tell you, that vengeance really punches back since he doesn't have the blade armor just yet.
Here comes the Heart Guard once again on Kimin, looking for the backdoor entry. Zayed and Fondi are gonna be the first targets. They are able to walk away. They're pretty bulky. No casualties here.
Doesn't find much. Man, we need to see Todak initiate with Simon Senpoi alongside Dreams to start the pickoffs. Because right now, it's just tempo is not in their control right now, and Untitled are running away with basically everything that they have, right? 4.3k in the bag, and not to mention that Rasi has been quite the nuisance here overall. He's been tanking a lot of damage, and eventually that's going to stop, and I would imagine that Dom Ices are already on the way, if not complete by this point for Todak.
Todak situating quite a lot of players in the bot lane. Lord is coming up in 5 seconds on top half though, so not too sure if they're going to be able to get much from that.
Gotta take their time here. Lord spawn 9 minutes into the game on Tidal. Really, there's nothing for them to really rush, right? They can wait for SkyZ to get 3 items before actually starting this off, but is Fondir gonna respond to that, please? I'm offended? No? I'm... Brother man? Brother man? Okay.
Take your time.
Just take your time with it.
Simon Senpoi got jumped on by Rasi, but Untitled not looking for a fight just yet. They do scout out that Zayed is in the area. Lord has officially spawned. Untitled in control of it for now.
Okay, after setting up a slow push on that top side, Todak now looking to take the space back, right? And you can tell that Untitled a lot more respectful to Todak this time round. They don't want to throw their lead just yet. They know that usually when it comes to these Lords, that's when things get very, very scary, very dangerous. They're going to go for a full reset here while mid lane gets pushed out.
I wonder if this is going to become a common thing, or if it's specifically hold on, I'm offended, Flicker going to be used, but comes the vengeance and the Heart Guard. Siska just does not care at all. Lord has already been taken. Zai going to be pulled back with the glue. Todak trying to keep him alive. They will succeed in doing so. Iron Hook finds the glue. Rafty going to be pulled back into the tower. Untitled. Want to see if they can save him. Immortality popped, but there is no way for Rasi to escape this time.
Rasi sacrifices his life, but they still get the Lord. Unfortunately, these Iron Hug's dream has finally expunged Rasi out of his head. Simon Senpoi now getting a little bit more pressure, is able to do some significant damage. The only problem is that Kimin has been scaling this entire time. If Lolios or even Simon Senpoi find themselves in a 1v1 against Kimin, a high likelihood that they will lose a battle spell or just die.
Oh, they actually collide with Kimin though. They locked him down right outside the tower. Heart Guard too slow. They found the joy.
Beautifully played. Great chain CC as well. That's what you want to see, especially in a lineup like this, because Kimin could have easily got out of the way with the electrify, either triggering the electrifying beats to get the extra movement speed, or just naturally dashing away, which he was trying to set up for. Looking back at the items, Radiant Armor finally completed for Zayed's side. We do see a Sky Piercer come out from Simon Senpoi. I guess somebody's got to finish off these kills.
I have actually been seeing some of those Sky Piercer procs from the side of Todak, so if Simon Senpai is able to continue keeping himself safe, he can genuinely become quite the scary DPS a little later on. So far, Untitled still holding on to the 4K net worth lead. 3 items completed on most of the players.
Wow. This is interesting. So, based off of the items and based on the item build list, it looks like Zion Senpai eventually got the glowing wand. But Dreams going for a hyper greedy Franco build.
Here comes the conceal. They find the Franco. Rasi gonna be the one to initiate. Look at the damage coming out from Irritil. Hard guard gonna be used on SkyZ as well. They're chasing Todak. Fondir gonna be next target. Has to use the flicker. You can already see the damage from the heavy crossbow building up.
Stacking up fast. SkyZ as well as Keemin. Currently, highest DPS in the game as Keemin hits level 15 and gets a Wishing Lantern as well. He's so far ahead at this point. Zion 3 levels down, manages to get his purple buff, but Rasi, just look at the amount of coverage that he's getting, right?
I'm offended onto Siska. Vengeance comes out. Heart guard gonna be used as well. He's able to just walk away under the tower against 4 people.
Nothing to worry about. Since Storm has been building to make sure that he can keep his team alive, I want to see more cross-map plays, but it needs to be set up by the side laners, if not Storm himself. Siska generally wins out a majority of his 1v1s. I think with Fondir building into Bloodlust Axe, that's the old one. War Axe into Brute Force Breastplate, he's never going to die as long as there's a wave, right? It's a net negative from both sides if they fight.
He's never gonna die as long as he sticks to Rasi, basically.
Yeah!
That would be the ideal, actually, if Fondir is able to bait the Rasi ult onto him instead of any of the squishier backliners.
That's a good point. That's a really good point. Now we see, once again, it's the same 4-in-1 setup, right? The cross-map play in Storm to get the lane pushing on the opposite side, and Todak must make a decision. Do we respond to the top side and give up that Lord, or do we take the space now and then send somebody up to that top side to maybe make Untitled feel pressure?
Untitled still playing calm and collected right now. They've got Storm pushing top lane. They've got SkyZ near the bot lane to make sure that doesn't get shoved against them either. Todak has to stick a lot closer together. They gotta protect their backline.
Let's see how long they can protect it for. Because Loliels, he can basically burst anybody on the side of Untitled now that he's got the Trinity build. Wait, they should actually try it. Well, never mind. It looks like they made the decision a little too late here. They could have just pressured the mid lane and forced Keemin out of position. But instead, they back off. By the time they made the choice, it's too late.
Doing a great job controlling the Lord the entire time, and Storm actually pushing out. Someone is gonna have to eventually respond to that top side, so that means Todak needs to make a decision here.
A nice little slow push for the side of Untitled. Wanting to make sure that it feels good for them, but it's just a lack of information. So even the mid lane gets shoved out.
Oh, Rasi with the effect. Aggressive flicker forward with the bloody hunt. Finds Keemin in the mid lane. Gets bursted. Hardguard doesn't come out in time. Rasi gonna be bursted as well by Loleo Siska, trying to chase down the carry. Pops the vengeance, but gets pulled in with the I am offended. And Rasi will be finished on the Iron Hawk. Dreams finds the target. That's a killing spree going over to Loleo. Storm now has to get back to protect Siska.
Now that's the Dreams I remembered from MPL Indonesia. He's landing some sick hooks through his teammates and turning that fight around because SkyZ could not see the Iron Hook in the middle of that chaos. And now that means that Todak has an opportunity to turn this into a 1-1 in scoreline. They get the Lord. Finally, this is going to bring them back from the brink.
Finally breaking through the momentum that's been holding them back. Untitled definitely underestimated the aggression here. Todak has so far been playing pretty passively, so I don't think they expected them to instantly jump onto the mid lane like that.
And they found out a huge punish. They now currently leading the kill score 7-8 at this point. They were just waiting for the Lord. Looking at the items, even situational items are already coming into play. We need to see a Winds of Nature eventually come out, but for the time being, for Loliels, he opts to go for the Rose Gold, knowing that he's most likely to face Keemin than he will SkyZ.
It's a good call. Definitely a good call there. We know that Loliel is the main carry, the one that is gonna be doing all the burst damage for Todak, and was able to get the space to do so. That's why members of Untitled melted so quickly, even though they'd been so difficult to remove before. Lord now pushing in mid.
Siska, he's got a flank angle ready to go. They're gonna wait for this Lord to come in before Siska is gonna jump.
Forward drops down to 40%. Mid inhibitor will fall. Todak finally breaks through into the base. They're gonna look to translate this into another tower, and they will find it actually. Untitled in a bit of trouble now. They've lost 2 lanes of inhibitors. Oh, the Iron Hook! Oh, that feels bad. Hardcore comes out, Vengeance as well. Siska still alive for now, but Fondy are doing such a great job of controlling the back line. Kaized trying to do the damage, but he's 1 hit away from death. He's gonna need to back this off. Lolil finds Kimin. Untitled not able to find the engagement they're looking for, and now Zayim Sempoi with a kill of his own. Todak turning the game around. It is a 3v5 base defense. This guy goes forward. I'm offended, pulls 2 in. Hardcore does not matter because Bloody Hunt locks him down. Todak have done it. They have found their first victory of Season 16.
They pulled it back from the brink. 1 lore take was all that was necessary, and then the momentum from Dreams. 1 hook after the other. You can miss 99 hooks as long as your 100th wins you the game.
Ooh, well played. This is what we were hoping for. The game definitely could have been cleaner. There were many points where it seemed like Untitled would be able to find that clean sweep, but they held it together. They punished Untitled for trying to play aggressive, for creating the initiations, and they finally found the opening for the breakthrough.
Impressive breakthrough, but at least for Untitled, it's like, okay guys, we're having too much fun. Game number 1 may not be as easy as we thought it was, but game number 2 was definitely winnable, and that's gotta sting a little.
It definitely does. You cannot disrespect this carry. That's what I was saying during the draft as well. This hero does so much burst as long as you have the space. And you do have quite a lot of setup with this Franco as well. Once you got into that late game, that is where Lolil thrives.
Oh yeah. I think Lolil's just needed that Iron Hook to connect, man. Dreams really saved the day. He really saved the day. 2 Iron Hooks to get 2 important objectives. The Crystal alongside with the Lord. Man, that's all it took. Even after all the whiffs that happened, he adjusted. He reprogrammed himself, and he adjusted well.
I really wish that it was a little more consistent throughout the game, though, because it definitely felt like Todak weren't really playing the game in the first half.
Yeah, basically weren't, but I get the sentiment, and I think that's kind of why the experimentation is interesting to see Angela coming back into the mid lane the way that it was. There are some good macro aspects, but as soon as you lose that fight, these punishes are really big, and not to mention big in the sense of your entire squad is wiped out.
Yeah, I do feel like the lack of burst damage hurt them a little bit, and while having an Angela comp with lots of heroes that combo well with the hero is great, it also means that a lot of them are dependent on the hero, and you can only choose 1 target at once. But because of that, we get to see Lolil return to the MVP screen for game number 2.
Yep, Lolil's coming up big time in this game itself. The main source of damage with the help, a bit of setup from Dreams, able to push them over the edge. And that's the beauty of this carry. 4-1 and 5, an almost near perfect game.
Just a little bit of hiccups in the earlier stages, but that is to be expected on this hero. You just need those items. You just need that time. And you melt people so quickly. It's not even necessarily against tanks. Once you get your itemization, it's very difficult for anyone to 1v1 you unless they really have enough burst damage. And I don't think anyone outside of SkyZ had that.
He's got that X factor. He's got that clutch gene. Something that you need especially to get you over the edge. If we cannot take examples, if we're taking an example, someone like Kelra, a marksman needs to be able to not only step forward to bait out an engagement sometimes, because that's the only way to get your opponents to respond.
I think because of that as well, it's really smart that he did decide to go for that Rose Gold Meteor so that he could maybe bait resources out and take 1v1s more effectively. Since until now, Untitled have basically been trying to split fights apart, Lolil knows that there are going to be situations where he does have to act independently.
Not to mention that we've seen a lot of decent combos coming out from Rassi's side. I mean, yes, both Dreams as well as Rassi make mistakes, but I think Rassi in general, the more efficient combos to set off the chain reaction, right? The slam into the flicker on top of Lolios to almost guarantee the pull. That's good.
That is the purpose of the Franco. I was having some doubts about the hero mid-game. Still have some doubts about it, but once you get those pickoffs, then it really does all fall into place. but it was still a very, very close matchup. You can see that the end game gold was only about 3,000 difference between both sides. It really could have gone either way if not for the great calls from Todak at the very end to just jump in and pick people off.
It could, well, I think some of them were a little more telegraphed than others. I think the only one that I was pretty shocked was Keeman's performance, right? He was doing so well, and it almost felt like an unlosable position. But unfortunately, I don't think he was able to get his last leg. Oh, no, he already did, yeah. There is no excuse, because again, it's just the Bloody Hunt. The Bloody Hunt is his biggest problem.
The thing is, nowadays, I feel like Joy dies so fast.
She does, but she blows people up just as fast.
She does, but like, I don't think it's quite enough. There have been a lot of nerfs to Joy over the years because she was pretty busted in the past, but it's very 50-50 now, and that's a bit difficult when you have a hero that actually is somewhat item dependent.
Yeah, that is true, and she does need to scale a little bit, but I think in general, she still has all the tools necessary to get her to that point. A fast clear speed, really high mobility to travel across the map, to make sure that you have that high clear speed. Just in general, just good at what she does. In terms of Hall of Famers, Rich Guy going, and the carry also going to Loliels. Rasi as our sandbag, best wingman goes over to Dreams. It's just revolving around the bot side of the map.
Yeah, understandable though, because that is going to be a very important lane to ensure that you're able to take control of, and then we ended up having a lot of objective fights around there as well. Which I actually found interesting is that Untitled oftentimes preferred dancing the Lord behind the pit rather than in front of it, even when they had the option.
Yeah, I think they understood what kind of shape they wanted in their fights, right? Because they still had glue at the end of the day, so the tighter it is, the more value it is once people start walking up into those tight corners. But just look at this, right? The gold lead heavily in favor, 5.5 at their peak, dropping all the way down in favor of Todak's lead to nearly 3K. In general, it really comes down, you have to be careful during these Lord fights because full squad wipeouts could literally mean the end of your run.
If you don't have a much bigger goal difference, you still have to be very wary even when you do have that net worth advantage, because it can swing so quickly. This is from like only 1 or 2 fights coming out of Todak. That last few iron hooks that Dreams were able to finally find made all the difference, because Untitled were positioning themselves basically very aggressively.
Yeah, and I think if they didn't get hit by the hooks as many times, this game probably would have been over by the 14th, maybe 15th minute of the game, right? Because again, Keeman got hit by it, SkyZ got hit by the iron hook twice in a row. Oh, well, I wouldn't say twice in a row, but it was one onto him, and then the other on Keeman, and then finally back to SkyZ again. Either way, these hooks were impactful, but I don't know if Coach Theo is going to be like, yeah, let's ban it out this time. I don't feel like it's a worthwhile ban just yet.
I think you probably just go back to not playing Angela. I just keep it standard. Because while Stone played a great Angela, you do end up being kind of reliant on that hard guard to actually win out your fights.
There's only so much they can really do about it. I will, you know what? Run it back. Run it back one more time on opposite side. Get the same draft. Let's see if they played it out again, would it be the exact same outcome? Because I feel like it wouldn't be the case. In terms of raw consistency from the side of Untitled, I think the one who played it the best has to be Siska. His Vengeance timings are truly impeccable.
I think Siska was playing good. I mean, most of Untitled was still performing on point. It's just that they got caught by surprise in the later stages because they felt like they were in sole control of the game. Remember, this is a team that was known for overheating last season. That's the reason why they always went to Game 3. And this is just a slight return to that form.
Yeah. Bring into that form is, I mean, they had a good debut, but the question is, where is the plateau? And at least now that Todak is showing some form of resistance, is momentum all that they needed in the first place? Just that first win to start a streak of their own?
Could be. But there are still a lot of things that need to be locked in. From this, we can see that Lolil is still able to do the classic Lolil thing as long as he's being given that space. So now, the question is dropped on the rest of Todak. Are you able to create that space consistently? Are you able to recreate this kind of performance? And are you able to do it without needing to wait until the 15-minute mark of the game?
I think that teams accelerating as much as we've seen, it's it's definitely going to slow down from what we saw last week, where we saw like, what, 11 minutes, 10, like 12-minute games even. Now we're moving more into the 16 to 20-minute zones because, again, these changes to the map has already affected it so much that players are prone to mistakes, especially if they have muscle memory. This is the second time that we have played on this particular map. Are we going to finally get grass, or are we going to go back into something a little bit more standard?
That is a good question. I do hope we get to see Untitled actually try out the Flying Cloud map, because they do seem very interested in actually pulling that out, but it is all RNG in the end, right?
Hey, speaking of RNG, have you considered trying Magic Chess? The MCGG, another new opportunity is finally here. With MCGG Rising Stars now open for registration, this is our chance to reclaim world domination starting 12th of September, and everyone can join without limits. Never thought I'd be saying that. Ruling
which part?
Malaysia's new hope for world championship glory. That's the part where I'm like, oh, interesting.
Hey, anything can happen.
Anybody can apparently register as well. So doesn't matter your rank. Get in there, boys and girls.
Why
World
not,
domination at hand.
I'm sure there's been plenty of people out there who've been trying out more and more of Magic Chess. So if you guys feel like you've gotten good enough to test your skills, then go ahead and check that out.
It's a fun auto battler, so get into it and start learning the mechanics of it, especially with their commander mechanics. Those adds a new flavor to the game compared to the other auto battlers out there. Overall, this doesn't change the fact that currently 1-1. Hey, at least in terms of predictions amongst the casters, I heard on average 2-1s coming through from everybody.
I was actually predicting 2-0.
2-0.
So, well,
hey, that's the thing. Anything can happen here. You're just gambling with dice. Gambling with dice.
And this is why you don't gamble, children. It never pays.
It never pays. Even if it does feel good for half a second, you're going to be losing your house. Hey, first pick's going over to Todak this time. They're going to go back onto the blue side. Oh, let's see what the response here is going to be, right? Because based on what we saw in the last couple of bans, we did notice a particular pattern in terms of the first 3 bans. It does not change. I want to see whether this is going to be the case for game number 3.
I think considering it already worked for them in game number 2, there'd be no reason to change it. I think they will probably just stick to the same old, because those are the heroes that they've identified as being the crucial keys for Untitled.
Okay. So then would the onus be on Untitled and Coach Theo to come up with something a little bit better, or just try and just repeat game number 1?
I think, yeah, you go back a little bit to your more game number 1 style, because I like the concept of the Angela, and we saw Stone play a strong one, not to mention the hero was buffed, but for a team like Untitled, who has always thrived as being 5 individual pillars in chaotic team fights, losing one of those pillars actually affects you quite a bit.
Okay. That is the case. What would be the adjustment? Because I feel like Torak needs to be the one that adjusts a little bit better, knowing what to expect after playing game number 1. But let's first get into the annual map change. Random map draw. Give it to us. Dangerous Grass has come into play, and that is all 4 maps that have been played within the second week, day number 1 of the MPL MY.
I gotta say, Gideon, I didn't expect we would actually get all 4 maps on day 1.
Me too. The likelihood was pretty low, I'm not gonna lie.
Especially considering how much I've been getting River in my ranked games.
You never know. It's a 1 in 4 chance every single time. But coming into this blue side, Todak, same exact bans. Franco ban coming up from Untitled.
Ooh, okay, so they are properly respecting Dreams as Franco. That was the thing that was causing them the biggest headache previously, so understandable. Todak goes back to what worked in game number 2 by locking in the Baxia first.
Baxia, no surprises here. Do they want to go for tank busters of any sort, displacements? They can go for the Zhushit again like they did in game number 1. What else did they go for as their secondary pick? No, because it was Harith coming in from Todak, and then it showed up. So now that they've switched over to Baxia and changed the priority, do they lock in SkyZ's hero early on? But they can't, because Wanwan is already banned out.
I don't think they go for that. You go Zeus in, and then, yeah, you lock in the CC as well, just to solidify EXP lane. You also need to remember, this is Dangerous Grass. You really need to have enough heroes that can open up the map.
I can see the Grok angle coming back again. Potential. Ooh, would I say Selena is any good? I mean, it's tough now that you have Zhu Xin, right? But even so, having the Selena abyssal traps that kind of open the map up for you and linger around is also a plus point.
You know what surprises me is that we're not seeing Hilda picked up pretty early on.
That's also
like,
true.
That is the big winner of the Dangerous Grass map.
But the only time we see Hilda ever get picked up, it's either if it's getting thrown into the EXP, or even if it's roam, it's specifically against assassin-style junglers. So I think the big guess right now is whether Untitled actually wants to do that, and they're going to hold it until the very end as Lapu gets locked in for Toda.
Oh, the Natalia van already prepping for the Dangerous Grass right here. We know that aggressive roamers will probably have a really good time here. It's not just heroes like the Hilda, it's also things like the Natalia, like the Hellkurt, that can catch you unaware. Untitled have definitely done their homework.
They've done their homework spectacularly. Same bans, Hayabusa, get taken out this time round. Honestly, I don't think they would have minded the Hayabusa into the Hilda, but I guess Todak is like, get rid of the problem straight away. It's more for Harith's sake more than anybody else. A single quad shadow could be a make it or break it here for a series win.
See what's going to be the final ban here from Untitled. If they're still worried about assassin roamers, I do think you probably need to respect the Hellkurt as well. But this is a situation where having knowledge about Dreams' hero pool is going to be valuable.
Let's see. Coming into the last 10 seconds, and looks like Eve has been banned out. So Todak, do you want it or not? Are you worried about anything at this point? They should be able to get the Farsa, no problem. Can they get the Kalia alongside with it? They probably could, right? Would they have enough burst damage? It would just be a lot of magic power, and then Lapu Lapu being the only damage, like attack damage hero at this stage. Yeah. They could lean into
I'm born with talent.
Gwen.
You know what? That does make a lot of sense. That's also a hero that can really catch you off guard if you use the bushes correctly.
Yeah, because I was thinking of like, how else do you want to make bushes dangerous? I think there's an argument for Cho. But if we do see the Cho, does the Grok come out instantaneously? Or is the Grok any good at this particular map? Especially since if you need somebody to kind of clear out these bushes like we saw before, I think what Rasi alongside Stoem did in game number 1 should be more than enough.
This is the Emperor's order.
They already have the Zusin, so that's really nice. Ooh, going for the Akai. So this can still actually be flex, could be jungle or roam. I think that's specifically why Untitled picked it at this point in the game. In the jungle position, it would be a good counter to the Baxia, since you would be able to lock him in the pit. Oh, actually kind of an interesting thought. Broken Wall nerfs Akai.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, because there's a lack of walls to actually pin somebody again.
And you can't get easy pit pins.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't think of that. I didn't think of that just yet. All right. That's an interesting thought to have, indeed. Now, Matilda gets locked in for the side of Todak, and the final pick in the last 6 seconds here as we close out this draft is Kimmy. They finally get Kimmy at the very end. I thought maybe they were thinking about getting the Farsa, but the Kimmy makes a little bit more sense considering that there's a lot of like people that you need to consistently shoot down. And now Untitled go in with the Khalid. Oh man.
Similar scheme of roamer as the Hilda will be able to open up the map quite well and actually threaten with heavy early game burst damage. If we look on the side of Todak, while Matilda Baxi has a very powerful early level combo, Harif and Kimmy are both going to need time to come online. So that could be time for Rasi to create space.
If they do find that timing, it's probably going to snowball from then onwards, right? Because, well, actually, I say that, but there's a good possibility that it doesn't. Because keep in mind, checking bushes used to be something very easy for most people to do. But here in Dangerous Grass, there's just so much of it, so much area that you have to cover. This might slow down the process of rotations if you start to feel cautious.
And I am honestly a little bit concerned about whether or not the Matilda will be able to open up those pushes safely, but that is the name of the game right here. Danger lurks around every corner as bushes overgrow the land of Dawn. Untitled and Todak now face one another in their final game of the series to find out who will take home the victory.
Todak on the blue side starting on their orange buff. Untitled starting on their orange buff on the red side. So no early steals here coming in from Zayed. And honestly, I thought that would have been a good choice to do so because Rasi ends up showing his face down on the bottom side of the map. So this is probably why. They realize that their level 1 isn't as strong and there's a lot less control because Dreams is playing the Matilda rather than somebody with Concussive Blast.
You can already see Sempoy helping to leash the purple buff to make sure that Rasi isn't able to come in time to steal the second one as well, since Zayed had to use the retry on the first. Far Todak playing it safe. They know that it'd be too dangerous for them to try and open up the map themselves, so they're keeping to their hull.
They continue to stay on their side of the map, making sure that the battle lines are clear. Todak looking to aggress. They just stick their foot over the border ever so slightly, right? Just to see how Untitled is going to react to them at the end of the day. As we move down towards the bottom side of the map, Stoa, if he sees anybody get pushed out, if he has Rasi by his side, they can almost guarantee some form of chunk damage. And here we go. There's that chunk damage I was talking about.
That is a big ouch right there. This duo, as you pointed out, going to be able to do a lot of poke damage as long as they are able to find the right setup. Todak, though, still leaning towards the bottom side. First turtle still going to be a little bit before it spawns, so it depends on teams whether they want to start making things happen or not.
Yep. Now, Zayed, he's hit level 4. Dreams is not level 4 yet. Fondir also not level 4 too, but is not getting any help at all to push out this lane.
Keemin gonna be the first one on the turtle. Zayed and Dreams are nearby. Fondir coming by as well. Storm comes to join from the mid lane. It's gonna be a 50-50. Keemin secures it with a heavy spin and instantly backs off. Lolil comes in with the Zaman Force. Wants to kill. One hit away. Zayed secures first blood on Ziska and Keemin falls as well. The Raging Sandstorm is a bit too late. Todak with the win there.
2-for-1 in favor of Todak. This is what we wanted. This is what we wanted to see. And the Patriots are happy for now, but we saw what happened in game number 2. A single mistake could cost them absolutely everything, and they don't want to fall the victim to Untitled. At this point of time, with the rotations being orange all the way up to purple, with the help of a leash, Zayed has been having a good time farming up. But we do need to see him get a little bit aggressive, right? The big thing about tank junglers is eventually when you have enough base stats to start walking, well, I say walking, but truly marching into enemy territory to steal away camps.
Thing is, both sides are tanks. Oh, this guy in trouble! Fondir with the 1v1 victory in the EXP lane.
Nicely played by Fondir. Big ult down, but they don't have to worry. Storm gets out of another tight fight as Untitled. The lanes are crashing.
Lil dodges the Raging Sandstorm. He's actually taking the 1v2, dashes into the tower. Not able to finish off Kaized, but Zayed is here to finish the job. Dreams gets the last hit. Rasi not able to protect his gold lane.
They gotta... Oh wait, they're not done yet.
Now he might not be able to protect himself.
No.
It's a 4v1 under the tower. Storm is here. Todak takes that as their signal to retreat, but Storm with the flicker forward. Pulls Zayed back.
Unfortunate and unlucky. Even now has to slowly back away. Sempoy does some decent damage at this stage of the game until you start getting Radiant Armors. And even before then, the 50-50 on choice of defensive options. As Siska goes back to the bottom side, again, we're not seeing a lot of pressure from our CCs, right?
Yeah, not so much compared to in the past. Seems like Lapu might be a better matchup than I may have initially gave it credit for. Now though, Untitled with control over the turtle pit once again.
Well, they're gonna dance around it for just a little bit. Waves, not exactly in the best position, but that's why they're clearing it out. And here we go, the engagement.
Circling Eagle connects with Keemin. Turtle has to be reset, but Todak not gonna allow that to happen. They're taking control of it. Rasi trying to forge forward, but he's not able to create the space. Has to use the Raging Sandstorm and Flicker just to get away.
He manages, just manages it. As long as he's alive, he's still fine. And he's also got his roamer nearby just in case they want to attempt for a top tier 1 dive. But this pressure, this continuous push and pull, right? As much as Fondir has caught back up to Siska, Siska has been making sure that this wave demands Fondir's attention.
The only thing you can do if you're not in a winning position as the EXP lane, we can see that Siska's definitely grown quite a lot since his first appearance in MPL, able to use that wave manipulation to at least even out the odds, even in a losing situation.
Now, next fight might just break out right here, right now. But the oh wait, hold on. Rasi opening up the map preemptively. Technically, that was a 3v4 scenario that would have been heavily in Todak's favor. But as we look at the gold, 900 compared to 459. What is Dreams doing different?
Dreams has doubled the passive gold of Rasi. And we were wondering if this Matilda would actually be able to open up the map safely. It turns out you learn something new every day.
Now, as we see them play out, Lolios has to be careful. One wrong move, and Rasi jumps on him. Lolios still has access to his flicker. He also has access to Dreams, but we don't see until we see Favor unlocked. Oh, hold on.
Zayed gonna collide from the flank. Stone in some trouble. Picks up Zayed, throws him away. Untitled, not looking for a fight here.
They don't want that fight. They know it's a bad position to be in. Ray sniffing out for that blood.
Min does some good chunk damage to Zyme Senpoi. Drops him to 30% HP actually. The Kimi gonna need to back this off.
Man, so many resets we're seeing. They keep having to reset time and time again from either side. The score, 1.1k. An almost negligible difference here between these powerful squads.
Next turtle has spawned. Both teams are here looking for the Lord Dance. Raging Sandstorm collects with Zion Senpoi. Rasi looking for the 1v1 kill. Meanwhile, in the fight in front, Zaman Force has been popped. Zion steals the turtle away despite the heavy spin. Skyzed forced the flicker out as well. Untitled on the defensive. Demon trying to set up another one. Fondir with the dive backwards. Picks off Skyzed, lands a two-man stun and gets pulled out with the guiding winds.
And now they can finally breathe. These fights so brawly between these squads. They're looking for blood. They're looking for the throat. Overall, Todak is still within the lead and honestly are walking away with a little more than Untitled. This might just be the turnaround game that they were looking for. Right now, what we need is to see Keeman really affect everybody with the heavy spin, whether it's pushing pushing Lolios off of that Zaman Force, whether it's creating space so that Siska as well as Kage can get in. Oh no!
Got found in the bush. That's unfortunate. Vengeance not gonna save you against 4 people. Fondir with the killing spree.
Instant pop there. Absolutely instant. Didn't have to wait for it a second longer before it occurred. Top side, eventually that tier 1. As you can see, Untitled just trying to cut off certain spaces of the map, but it just oh, okay, had to commit the ult. He also got his buddy out. They're at a net positive when it comes down to benefits.
The rotation speed of the Matilda Baxia combination really messing with Untitled right now. They're being forced to use resources outside of fights just to keep themselves alive. And that is not what you want to see with Khalid, Rome, and CC EXP. They should have more control than this.
No. As we see the control slipping away. D2's under threat. Bottom side, Fondir is doing well against Siska with his 1-level lead. And Rasi, again, this is where we're expecting all the early game heroes to start to fall off, whether it be Keeman, Rasi, or even Siska. Now it's all about the raw scaling. So far, oh, okay. Keeman walks away for free. So you can see both supports alongside their marksmen have the exact same idea.
And they want to be active on the map. We can see Lolil really hitting hard already. This is a hero he has a lot of confidence in, and this time he was actually given the space to scale up. Look at the damage on Rasi. He can no longer join the fight. Fondir gonna check the tri-bush. Lord down to 60%. Todak still in control. Dreams in some trouble. Is able to guiding winds out, but Rasi now has to use that quicksand guard. Lolil maybe went a bit too far with the Zaman Force, but he's got so much mobility. Flicker comes out, escapes from everything. The Raging Sandstorm is dodged as well. Dreams creating so much attention. Rasi goes down. Todak now looking to flip the script. Untitled down a man. They can no longer continue. But Todak not letting them escape. Fondir with the bravest fighter in the backline. Flickers on the storm looking for it. Siska pops the vengeance but cannot survive. Sky Piercer stack once again for Zyme Senpai. Todak are running over their opponents. It's the return of the Langar.
Pretty good. Came in. He's thinking about it. He's walking up. Sky said he's got charges, but no Death Sonata. Can't get in onto the pin, so they decide to give it up. Wait, is Akai in the middle of a fight? Oh no.
Oh, Heavy Spin comes out, pins Fondir against the wall, but you are alone here, Kevin. There is no one to help you. Raging Sandstorm connects, but Rossi's not able to do anything with it. They just don't have the damage. It's a double kill for Zyme Senpai.
And now they're looking for the T2. The momentum has not stopped from the 9th minute of the game. They just keep on fighting. The current score at 11-2. A whopping score for Todak in terms of just raw kills. And now with the Lord on their hand, their sieging might be a little hard. They don't have any artillery fire to kind of bypass the turret lines and force them away from that position.
Things are looking a little bleak now. We're 11 minutes in. It's a 7k goal lead for Todak. Definitely looking a lot smoother than before. They found their groove, but Lolil also been found. Raging Sandstorm dodged again. Rousey has not been able to land these. Really good reaction time is another Fraction Pulse to punish him in return. It's a mega kill for Zyme Senpai.
Oh, and now locked inside their base. The impending doom starts to set in for Untitled. They will lose another Holy Shield, and that means this Lord is going to be charging straight into its next target.
We still have the holy defenses on Untitled, but Todak looking very, very strong right now. They're trying to push straight in. Zaman Force comes out. Snowman has to just back it off. Rossi, 3 seconds away from respawning, but the top inhibitor is already gone, and there's not much Untitled can do about it.
They just back away, back off, and back away. You got what you needed. 2 inhibitors are gone. 90 more seconds is nothing to you. It's just 130 seconds. Oh, hold on.
Confirm came in. Here comes another Bravest Fighter. Landshaker will be dodged this time. But you can see Todak looking a lot more confident.
They know how to play from positions where they're clearly ahead. They've shown they have a little bit of clutch factor of their own. But about 70 more seconds, we're really going to find out whether that's going to be enough.
The snowball becoming more and more evident. 9,000 gold advantage for Todak in the 12-minute mark. Lolil, 1 item nearly complete with the full build, and everyone else looking pretty healthy there as well. Landshaker actually finds him in this time. Untitled are forced to stay in their walls.
Yeah, no point really going out, right? What are you contesting for? Just neutral creeps? The payoff just isn't worthwhile for the time being. 36 more seconds until we finally get that turtle fight that we've all been waiting for. And Untitled, based on their positioning, right, want to have a better spread towards the pit that it's going to spawn in.
At pit going to be the top half of the map. Right now we can see the waves pushing slowly in favor of Todak across the map. And they're purposefully letting them slow push as well, which means that Untitled gonna need to spend time dealing with all of those individually, making it that much more difficult for them to actually contest the Lord.
Well, speaking of which, at least Lolios was able to... he was able to get everything that he needs at this point, right? He's still running a near perfect game, right? 1-0-7. Hasn't died in a single one of these interactions against UN. But I think that at this point, yeah, should they be the ones holding it? I feel like they shouldn't.
Todak in full control. Untitled, they want to contest, but there's just no angle of entry. Really wishing this was broken wall for them right now, but Zayed gets the Lord for free. We might be looking at the end game.
Oh, as we see the final items start rolling in for everybody. The Lord already finished. We wait just a little bit longer. There we go. At 14-13, you're signaled when the Lord is going to be walking out of your base. It's a difficult spot, especially since Untitled are in the checkmate angle. They're not even in close enough to the extra 8k they need to push it up to 42, and that almost guarantees them all 3 of their core items.
And even then, Todak probably scales better, all things considered. Well, here comes the Lord. Circling Eagle comes out, gets 1 knockout, forces Siska back. Untitled is able to clear the mid-minion wave, but the bottom tower might not be as lucky. Fondir zones out Stone, forces out the ultimate. Untitled will be able to deal with the Lord for now, but they've lost 2 base turrets in exchange. And it doesn't look like Todak is interested in letting up the pressure just yet. They're pushing in. Tractor Pulse misses. Himin and Siska outside the base, trying to pull the minions away. They will successfully do so. But here comes another one. Bravest Fighter again. Landshaker gonna flicker forward. Raging Sandstorm doesn't find anything. But heavy spin pushing Todak back. Unfortunately not able to find the pin. Himin in a lot of trouble. He has to get back to base. Will be able to do so. Untitled slowly whittling down their opponents. But Todak still so far ahead. And they are unfazed.
Oh. Unfazed, very happy with themselves. They back away. 85 seconds left for the next turtle. Oh man, I think that games are more like a Lantan. They're showing at the very least that they're not just tunnel vision at times, right? They are looking at the overall map spectrum, and the way that they've set up their waves has always been decently good. But I think at this point, considering that Todak throw Fondir really far out, assuming anybody lands some form of CC, the follow-up just shows that the natural chemistry from them can be worked upon, but so far so good.
So far so good indeed. At this rate, it really is only a matter of time before Todak closes out the game and claims their first series of the season. And at a 9k gold lead still, it's going to be very, very difficult for Untitled to make up this difference, especially since most of their scaling damage comes from one person. But Todak still has to properly respect their opponents.
10 assists, 0 assists, 56.1k compared to 88.7k when we're talking about damage taken, and kill participation 91.7 to 100%. Both of these players coming from the same region, they know what they know what each other are thinking. More so, it's getting underneath that skin as soon as possible. Now with Zyme Senpoi with a Divine Glaive already purchased, he's gonna start things off, and he can actually sustain through the Lord's damage for now. But notice that Zayed also doesn't necessarily want to be inside the pit.
He knows that he is gonna be the safest front line. He can let his team whittle down the Lord and just stand in front to make sure that Untitled isn't allowed to get anywhere nearby. Not to mention that by not standing in the pit, Zayed makes sure that he's not vulnerable to getting pinned with heavy spin either.
Yeah, but they need 2 members here, and I think they figured it out. Yeah, now that they showed, it's a full rush.
Todak still taking it slow. Guiding Winds providing a lot of shield. Circling Eagle comes out. Keemin gonna be the main target. Forced to back off. Zaim looking to chase him. Keemin will fall. It's an unstoppable streak for the Kimmy. Zaman Force comes out as well. Untitled is completely scattered. And they are dropping one by one. Lolil finds another. And gonna be pulled over to Rasi as well. Dreams working super well with his gold laner right now. Just to continue feeding more and more kills into their carry. It's a monster kill for Zaim Senpoi. 2 members of Untitled left, and Todak say, we do not need the Lord anymore. 2 lanes of minions pushing in top and bottom sides. Storm and Skyzed trying their best to clear as much as possible, but they are up against 5 members of the Swordfishers. Todak reclaim their legacy and take their first series victory of Season 16.
And you can see the cries of a joy. For the few Todak fans who showed up, the dedicated ones, the real ones, they're back at it, 2-1 against Untitled. Small mistakes started to compound upon itself. Todak's investment so early on, and now 2-1 against Untitled.
It's good to see that sometimes the classics are still the most effective. The Matilda-Baxia combo, not something we've seen in a while, but perfectly suited for this kind of map that requires vision control. And unfortunately, the Khalid Rome not able to get off the ground, so Rasi basically a non-player for most of the game.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It always happens every once in a while, but you gotta stay aware. You got to be able to provide some kind of value to your team, whether it be vision, and it's actually in your favor that you don't necessarily need to interact with your opponent to still stay relevant and keep equal in terms of raw economy. With that being said, though, it looks like Rose is already ready on the stage. We got 2 special guests to talk to. Let's find out.
Kemenangan pertama untuk Todak musim ini, 2 berbalas 1, and nampaknya ramai orang happy atas kemenangan ini. First of all, guys, congratulations.
Makasih.
Minggu lepas Rose interview Coach Nafari di backstage and nampaknya dia sedih. Tapi hari ni senyum
Senyumnya di akhir. Awalnya stres juga sebenarnya.
Okay, now kita borak pasal awalnya stres. Apa yang terjadi di game pertama sampai kalah macam tu?
Di game pertama kalah mungkin dari cara setup kita masih mainnya kurang tenang, di mana sebenarnya kita punya hero control yang cukup bagus juga untuk masalah objektif, tapi nggak terjadi yang sesuai kita plan.
Okay, tak terjadi apa yang diorang plan, tapi nampaknya di game kedua diorang dapat actually comeback momentum. Now, pasal momentum game kedua, Rose nak tanya Dreams actually. So, di early game kedua tu nampak shaky sikit lah daripada side Todak. Macam mana korang dapat reset in game?
Gara-gara kurang disiplin aja sih di early game. Kurang sabar lah di early-nya. Cara resetnya ya udah fokus di game aja, gak usah mikirin yang kayak mistake di awal, ya udah biarin aja.
Disiplin, jangan terlalu overextend sampai dapat momentum lah kan untuk comeback. Now, Dreams, Rose dengar cerita that actually Dreams adalah shot caller in game. So, dengar cerita minggu pertama shot call agak kurang, komunikasi tak terlalu jelas. So, apa yang Dreams buat untuk ensure that komunikasi dalam game minggu ni dah on point?
Dari latihan sih kayak biasa aja, kayak lebih bersuara lebih banyak lah, kayak lebih tegas gitu.
Nampaklah hasil dia. And of course Dreams, di patch baru ni kita boleh nampak that actually Roma adalah sangat-sangat penting lah kan.
Ya, sangat.
So Dreams suka ke? Suka. And of course since it's pro tank and dengar daripada Zon awal tadi that kita boleh nampak banyak hero pelik-pelik di Rome. So you akan bawa ke pelik-pelik juga?
Nanti tergantung Coach Nafari.
Coach?
Ya.
Will we see on our
GSS ROM dan Aldos ROM.
Wow! Okay, I dah tak sabar ni, Coach. And of course, Coach, pendapat Coach pasal patch baru ni?
Saya sangat-sangat suka. Karena kompleksitas gamenya jadi makin tinggi, di mana ROM pun sekarang ada banyak cara untuk mendapatkan gold dan EXP. Dan kita harus adapt di 4 map, di mana setiap map mungkin punya ciri khas gameplaynya masing-masing. Jadi patch ini mungkin bisa dibilang patch terbaik di Mobile Legends.
Wow, patch terbaik di Mobile Legends. So, I think this is a good step untuk Todak moving forward. And of course, game 2-1, tapi hanya satu yang boleh jadi MVP of the game. So with that, mari kita tengok MVP of the game in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Dreams. Okay, Dreams. Now, Rose, senang je. Map mana Dreams punya favourite?
Broken Walls.
Kenapa Broken Walls game pertama kalah? Kenapa?
Kurang disiplin.
Okay, kenapa you suka Broken Walls?
Suka, karena bisa jalan-jalan kemana-mana kan, temboknya bolong-bolong.
And dia pun rotation lagi laju lah kan kalau Rose boleh nampak?
Ya, lebih laju.
Paling tak nak main di MPL? Map yang you paling tak nak main di MPL?
Yang paling gak suka, yang apa? Bush.
Oh, Bush?
Yang tadi, Danger Grass.
Oh, Dangerous Grass. Dia tak nak main tapi diorang menang. Okay, I like that. You know what? Is there anything yang Dreams nak cakap kepada fans Todak sebelum we wrap up?
Untuk fans Todak, terima kasih yang udah selalu ngedukung Todak. Doain bahwa kita bakalan bisa selalu berprogres. Doain bahwa kita bisa menuju ke M Series season ini. Kita bakalan selalu ngelakuin yang terbaik. Jadi special thanks untuk semua fans Todak, oke? Siapa kita? Todak! Siapa kita? Todak! Siapa kita? Todak! Todak! Langgar! Thank you.
Thank you very much Coach Nafari dan juga Dreams. You guys may now go celebrate your victory. Tadi I cakap dengan dia, Coach, boleh ke celebrate hari ni? Dia cakap, esok boleh. I cakap, tak nak cheer juga hari ni. Nampaknya kita dapat hasil lah. And of course guys, kalau korang suka tengok map baru and korang nak tahu lebih pasal map ni, jangan terlepas untuk menonton Grand Final Raja Map di hujung rancangan esok. Tiket untuk masuk dikira dengan pembelian mana-mana tiket untuk perlawanan hari kedua, minggu kedua. Jadi kalau korang ada beli tiket untuk hari kedua ataupun esok, korang automatically layak untuk dapat nonton secara live. Selain itu, korang boleh scan QR code juga sekarang dan buat ramalan siapa yang akan jadi juara Raja Map sebelum 19 September pukul 11 malam. Manalah tahu korang boleh menang hadiah yang menarik. And of course, to check more details, korang boleh visit the official website of MPL Malaysia. Dan itu sahaja untuk match kedua hari ini. Tanpa membuang masa, mari kita throw it back to the casters to dissect apa yang terjadi dalam full series ini. Casters, back to you guys.
Thanks, bros. Our MVP of the game going over to Dreams this time around. A 2-1 series with Todak winning it at the very end. Hey, who would have known, man? The coach has quite the booming voice of Todak.
And maybe he needs to come up here and become a caster too.
Yeah, what are we
that
doing?
Would be fun.
Holy cow, I wasn't expecting it. I could hear him even without the mic, and I'm the one wearing soundproof headsets.
It's impressive for sure, but even more so impressive is this victory. I gotta say, I did not give Todak enough props. I expected this to be a pretty simple game for Untitled, but turns out there is still much to consider. And Dreams, the linchpin of many games here, both on this Matilda and then previously on that Franco. This game especially was creating so much space, buying so much time, and really repositioning the fights excellently with that guiding wind.
It truly is. I mean, the guiding wind's just a homing missile drone that you don't want to deal with, especially if you're one of the squishies and they bring in some of the bigger, beefier boys. But at the end of the day, it's about how much ground can they take and how much will Untitled respect the decision, right? Because really, it's kind of up to Untitled to decide, I need to back up here before taking this fight, or at the very least disengage off of the initial engagement from the Circling Eagle to then re-engaging. Todak, on the other hand, as soon as they get that decision from Untitled's side, they can easily adapt. They have more free flow.
Yeah, the free flow is the real kicker here, because Untitled doesn't have a bad draft on paper, and having heroes like CC and Akai and Zeusin should allow them to really slow down fights, right? And take control of scrappy positioning. But with Matilda around, it's just no holds barred. You will no longer have control of how you want to position, of who is the one starting the fight. SkyZ, uncharacteristically unable to find any positioning from which to do damage, and he's really the only source they have.
Yeah, he is the only source, but I think a couple of other factors. Siska not getting as much value. Every single neutral objective, he ends up dying anyways, while Fonder gets stronger and stronger. That put more emphasis on Untitled to actually give up the space rather than try and take it back. And not to mention, like you mentioned earlier within the broadcast, Kimin on this Akai, especially when you're playing in a map that is playing in a map where it's difficult to check every single bush, there's almost no guarantee of you to feel safe when there's so many potential quote-unquote stuns that could be thrown at you.
And that's why they tried going tank jungler in the first place, but I don't think the rest of the composition was really the best build to follow up on it. And we can see here Lolil returning to a place of glory, Rich Guy and the carry on his signature Harif. His GPM was a little on the slower side, but that's particularly because he was participating in most of the team fights and getting gold through kills and assists. Dreams as the best wingman and Kimin as the sandbag.
Truly a little bit of a different side of Todak that we got to see compared to last week. Much better, more refined at the very least, but they pulled themselves back together after a devastating game number 1, right? It just felt like they needed a bit of a warm-up before they actually played the game.
It was a completely different performance. So whatever happened in that player room after game number 1, I am very happy that Todak was able to find it. We can see in these highlights, even from the early stages, Todak could afford to play so aggressively.
They played not only aggressively, but I think the most important part was they denied Untitled from target priorities almost every single time. And it also helps that Fondir is in a position to actually back them up in terms of like attacking the backline with raw damage. With Fondir able to do that, it makes Loliel's job a lot easier, right? Because in game number 1, when he does have an opportunity to go for a triple kill, maybe if Fondir just did a little bit more damage, that could have been possible. And in this game, that's where it happens.
EXP lane continues to be important. And while we did say that Dreams was the MVP, we really gotta give Fondir a shout out. The way that he was splitting these fights up, the fact that he was not only tanking damage, but nearly executing multiple people by himself oftentimes, is what gave Todak so much space to work with.
That's why Lapu's still in the meta for a reason. Not the best laning phase, but once you get past that, it's just all ups.
And he was actually doing well even in the laning phase. I gotta highlight this last fight, how Dreams is pulling Loliels around. The moment he's gotten those 2 kills in the main fight, pulls him over to take out Rasi, pulls over Zyme Senpoi as well, just to make sure he's not able to escape. And it's so well done.
Late game, man. Late game. It's difficult. I think it's difficult. And I think that definitely the map played a huge part of it as well. Clearing out those sides. You just don't know when somebody's just going to pop out from an awkward angle. Not to mention, right, for the most part of it, I feel like Todak didn't really check the backbrush behind the pit itself. It's just, they just believe they're not going to be there. That's it.
I guess so, huh?
Right?
I mean, it works out.
It does. With that being said, we have a backstage interview. Let's go look at what it's about.
Selamat datang ke post-match insight bersama dengan Coach Theo daripada Untitled. Now, Coach, let's just talk about the game itself. What actually happened? We saw that in Game 1, you guys were as dominating as ever. And in Game 2, that could have been yours, yet it resulted in a comeback. What happened?
Maybe in second game, players' mistake only. After we mistake around 2 times, then we cannot control already the late game potential because enemy already have momentum to get the win in second game.
What led to that mistake though? Was it more of an overconfidence issue or was it an error from the side of communication?
Maybe just unexpected play by enemy.
I see. Now, I have another question in which both map 1 and map 2, you guys were actually playing on the same map, which is Broken Walls. Yet the draft and the meta that you guys decided to play was actually very different. Why is that so?
Maybe we just want to adjust also our hero pool regarding on the new patch because a lot of teams right now already know what's our hero power. So we need to adjust also regarding on our hero pool, which is usually our jungler, like that.
But is MPL really the place to experiment in terms of the new hero adjustment?
I think so, but other teams maybe will still focus on the old meta.
Old meta. Now, tomorrow you guys have another match up against CG. We can consider it a back-to-back match. How will you guys actually bounce back for that match tomorrow?
Maybe we lost tonight, but I think it's still good. At least we know and we can see what's our mistake today, tonight. So maybe later we're going to do some review and then we're trying to adjust also our hero.
After the loss just now that you guys have faced, my question would be, how confident are you guys now leading into the matchup for tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, for me, just focus only on what we prepared.
That doesn't sound too confident leading up to the matchup against CG. Maybe one last thing. Which part of your preparation didn't translate properly into the game today?
Huh?
Which part of your preparation did not translate into the game today?
Maybe our other heroes that we didn't show tonight. Maybe that's all.
So maybe we'll see it tomorrow or maybe we will not. Anyways, thank you very much, Theo. And I hope you guys actually bounce back stronger for tomorrow's match. And that is it from me, Rose. Throwing it back to the casters.
Thanks, Rose. Once again, MPL MYs have been having a great week after week. But I think overall, it's time for a hot take. Are roamers the new rich guy? Is the changes to the roaming meta, and especially the roaming item, really what makes the difference in this game? And truth be told, Stafa, I think that yes, it does make a difference, but in many different ways. And I don't think that people have figured out exactly what that meta is going to be just yet. With Coach Theo already trying a new approach to the system, maybe it could be another way of playing it. Starting off with, why do we have these maps in the first place? Why in the world did we decide that, hey, for this next patch, let's put 4 maps and play it on the following week of when it gets launched, even though Obsidia is unplayable on top of Alice. So I feel like there's a lot of inconsistencies. The main issues here is why start this new meta now? And more importantly is why do we want to have so many maps to incorporate when we could just be releasing them week by week? If not, have a standard rotation of what they're going to be played every single weekend. I could go on and on about these hot takes and more importantly about the current map and how unpleasantly unsatisfied I am. Yes, it is fun, but does it corrupt the fundamentals of what every single player knows? Maybe to a degree. For good? Is it bad? Is it something that's actually worthwhile? It's a little tough to say, because when we're talking about vision revealing gold, it means that you need to start to participate in these battles. And I feel that if we're already going to give free gold just for seeing your opponents, how about giving free gold for damaging your opponents alongside with it? Or maybe chunking a specific threshold to get larger chunks to stay ahead of the game so that roamers don't always have to be at the bottom. So really, it depends on what you think of a support to be. Somebody who can't make anything for themselves, but makes things for other people, or can be a little bit more selfish by participating in fights, but staying on top of the meta game by just being better. I feel like the vision reveal gold is just a baby way of saying, hey, we want people to participate in battles, but we also don't want you to really get in the middle of the fight. It's counterintuitive. So why not have maps that actually care? Maps, and more importantly, reveal gold mechanics that do force you to actually interact with your opponents. Those are my big displeasures. And most importantly, with the patch notes in hand, the most impactful patch change is the boots. They made it consistent. 720 gold for every single one of them. I have them right here listed out. 720. It's consistent now. Very, very consistent. And I'm happy that this is the change necessary. Hey, with that being said, that's my hot take. Stafa, please take away for the next part, our next segment. Oh my goodness, Milo is really going off on his segment. But our standings are going to be popping up. Thank you so much for watching. It's all you, Stafa.
Man, things are heated up on the stage right now. Thank you very much to you as well, Gideon, and thank you to everyone watching. Now we get to see the standings at the end of Week 2, day number 1, with Vamos still holding on to that top spot. Untitled, despite the loss, still sitting quite comfortable in second. But their opponent tomorrow, CG Esports, eager to claim that spot away from them. MV and Team Ray holding the center of the board, followed by SRG, who's only played the 1 match so far, as well as Todak, who's definitely been able to claw up a few spots thanks to this win. And then we have Homeboys, Aero, and GMXK at the very bottom.
Overall, I mean, is this what you expected Week 2 to look like? Well, sorry,
No.
To be fair, it is the start of Week 2. That's that's all where it is. But in terms of your power rankings, is this everybody is in place?
No, it's not. there's only one person in play.
There's only one person.
It's
where
GMXK. Actually, wait, hold on. No, I think I did put Untitled second. I need to go back because my rankings are very clearly wrong.
To be fair, with the exception of Vamos, who is playing more games than everybody else, we still have the rest of Week 2 to play out before it gets back into your power rankings. I think that there is a good sentiment that everybody is out for those slots to M7, an opportunity for the world stage. Tomorrow's schedule, we have CG facing off against Untitled, as Untitled will play their second game of their week. Homeboys versus Team Array, SRG versus Todak.
Ooh, some very, very interesting matches tomorrow. Can Untitled bounce back from this loss to play the very first game of day 2 up against a squad that's looking pretty strong? Can Homeboys reclaim former glory against one of the new potential dark forces of the competition? And can Todak take this first victory and translate it into a miracle against the Red Giants? Lots of great questions, lots of games coming to you guys. So make sure you guys catch tomorrow's games as well.
Oof, man, day 1. went by pretty fast. I mean, 2 best of 3s all ready to kind of kick off the week, but there's still plenty more Mobile Legends at play, and more questions. I'm left with way more questions about where the meta is going more than anything else.
We already brought up, like earlier in the day, how we probably won't see too many different things yet, and only when the maps really start settling in will pro players really decide, okay, this is what the game is going to look like from now on. But a lot of teams are already being willing to experiment, right? And we got to see a little bit of Todak returning to their Langar style. Will they be able to keep that up?
No, it's going to be tough to say. Everybody's going to be paying attention to them, to be fair. I think Untitled has definitely left a mark on everybody, whether it be in the scrim scene or even last season. It's going to carry on throughout the weeks. And not to mention, there's also going to be a period, a window period, of which transfer players are going to also change the second half of the league once we get past week 3, by the start of week 4, if I remember correctly.
I wonder which of these teams will be already looking at potential new players to join their ranks. Will some of the bottom teams need new strength? Will some of the top teams be interested in switching things up? All very good questions, but we will get to answering those tomorrow.
Yes, with that being said, thank you so much to everybody who's been watching the show. This is the English broadcast of the MPL MY Season 16. My name's Getting Q. This is Stafa. Thank you for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Nào Sánh. Stay off. Boleh?
Si Gatot.
Nice!
Hai dead hit. Respect.
Matis. Kill. Put. Atas. Tower.
Front first. Gatot na ulti. Front first.
Naikkan. Aman. No free.
Gatot mati.
Taulok. Hero. Aku. Boleh? Dia latih kan tahu. Tahu.
Zoxin again. Danger again. Hari. Kimi.
Ganti. Gue lagi dong. Gumi. Bantai. Lantai. Gugit. Tarik Airtel, gue damage. Airtel gue Airtel. Hati-hati hijaunya ya. Ada belakang. Gue ada winter. Lajai. Nice stop. Gue depanin. Goman. Gue ada one guys. Ayo atas. Nice guys. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Kemenangan pertama guys. Ayo gue lompatin lagi boy. Gas aja. Gue TP tau. Gue CC tuh. Gue TP gue. Mati dia. Backup gua. Mau lagi kak? Ini. Lagi. Sabar. Kali. Kali terus. Gue majin kita. Udah guys. Lortet bisa nggak? Lortet. Gak. Orang aja. Oke. Aman gua. Aman. Granger ke Johnny. Main. Gue udah bebas guys. Granger. Boleh. Aman. Cici dulu. Baru lagi kak. Kali. Teman lu jauhin. Aman. Kali. Gua aman. Klik. Ada web atas mid guys. Lord 18 ya guys. Tabrak aja. Pin. Ada. Pin. Langsung jadi pin. TP to. Gua ke Granger. Enak. Alhamdulillah.